You're lying awake beneath the blanket, not far from where you drifted into stillness just moments ago. But already, your mind has begun to drift back toward the quiet echoes of things left unsaid. Old turns in the road that no longer lead anywhere. Decisions made under dim light, or with a hand pressed too tightly over a heart. You can feel them now. The weight behind the eyes, the tightness along the jawline, as if you're still holding your breath from somewhere long ago. The room is quiet, the air thick with something like waiting, and though no one else is here, there's an old companion in this silence. The way thoughts return to places they've been before, not because they need to, but simply because they know the path. This isn't a place for fixing anything. Not now. You don't need answers or resolutions or any kind of closure, only release. There is no race against time, no demand that you be asleep by any hour or in any way. The body has its own rhythm, and it doesn't care about clocks or effort. It only knows how to rest when there's nothing left to hold on to. You've come here seeking ease, not a trick, not a method with promises of speed, but simply a gentle invitation. Let go. Let the weight settle where it wants to fall. There's no need to chase sleep like a goal you must reach before morning comes. In fact, the fastest way through this is already known. It's in letting go of that very idea. You don't need to force yourself into stillness. You only need to stop fighting your body's quiet desire to settle. It may seem strange, even counterintuitive, to do nothing when everything feels restless. But rest isn't something we earn through effort. It's a state the body returns to naturally when it stops resisting its own nature. The method you're about to walk through has been taught to people who had to sleep almost anywhere, on hard floors, in cold tents, on ships with engines humming too loud for silence, to train themselves not just to fall asleep, but to let go so completely that even the idea of time becomes irrelevant. You don't need to be told how it works. You've already felt its shape in your limbs before. A softness spreading through the shoulders when you finally allow them to drop. Warmth pooling in your hands after letting go of their grip on everything. These aren't metaphors. They are real sensations. Physical truths that come with surrender. The way this works is simple. Move slowly down through the body, one part at a time, not to fix or control it, but simply to notice what's already there and then let it soften further. No pushing, no pulling. Just allowing each place to become heavier, warmer, less like effort and more like letting be. Start with your face, the part that carries so much of the day. The brow drawn tight from thinking too hard, the eyes holding onto images they've seen once too often, the jaw clenched as if guarding something fragile inside. You can let go of that now. The forehead is softening, not because you're trying to make it so, but simply because there's no need to keep it taut anymore. The muscles around your eyes are unclenching. There's no reason left to squint at the world. They don't have to see what's not here. Let them sink inward like shadows retreating from light. The lids feel heavy, and they can rest now without fear of waking again too soon. Your jaw is loosening. The teeth are parting slightly, not a stretch or an act of will, but just the natural result of no longer needing to hold fast. Your tongue rests gently against your mouth's roof, not pressing, not tensing, just present, quiet, still. There's room here now for peace. Let your lips come apart just enough that breath can move freely through them. And when it does, there is nothing left to manage. No need to shape the air into words or hold back tears you don't know how to name anymore. Let it pass without resistance. Let all of this, your face, your expression, your posture, simply dissolve. Now shift attention downward. Your shoulders are lifting slightly in memory of effort, but they can fall again. They're not meant to carry the weight of past regrets or imagined reactions from people you may never see. You don't need them up by your ears anymore. Let them drop slowly, without urgency, as if gravity has finally remembered its job. They sink back into the mattress beneath you, deeper than they've been in days. Your upper arms follow, softening along their length until there's no more tension between shoulder and elbow. The forearms go limp, like old ropes left to lie in a sunlit corner where nothing asks anything of them anymore. And then your hands, they are warm now, not hot, but pleasantly so. Open fingers, palms relaxed, fingertips feeling the air gently around them as if they're only meant for touching soft things or holding someone's hand when it doesn't matter who is holding whom. This is what letting go feels like, not an event, but a quiet return to how your body has always known itself. Light enough to drift, heavy enough to stay still. Now bring your awareness to the chest, the part that rises and falls with each breath. You can feel the rhythm already, longer on the out-breath than you're used to letting it be. That's fine. Let it stretch further. Breathe out slowly. Let the air release without needing to draw in anything new. As you exhale, your chest lowers a little more into the bed, not because you want it to, but because there's no longer any reason for resistance. There is nothing left to push against. The tightness in your ribs relaxes. The space beneath them opens up, and with each breath out, your body settles deeper. You don't have to control the pace. You don't have to make it faster or slower. Just let the rhythm unfold as it wants to, longer on the out-breath than the in-letting go, even as you breathe. And when a thought drifts into mind, a phrase from yesterday, an imagined version of what someone might say now, it's okay. You don't have to chase it down or fight its return. It can come and go like fog passing over water. Let it pass. Just let it flow past, not holding on to the shape of it, not giving it a name. This is not about clearing your mind. That isn't possible, nor necessary. The goal isn't emptiness as an achievement, but stillness as a resting place. You're not trying to erase thought. You're simply allowing each one to pass through without making a home for it. Now turn attention to the lower half of your body, the hips, the thighs, the legs, all of it connected to earth by way of this bed. The pelvis is releasing its grip, no longer holding onto posture or tension from standing too long or walking with purpose that no longer exists. Your thighs are heavy now, not because you've done anything strenuous, but simply because they can afford to be. They don't need to brace against anything anymore. Let them sink into the mattress as if gravity has decided to stay for good. The calves feel warm, soft, letting go of any memory of walking too far or running from something that wasn't real. The feet are open and relaxed, arches uncurling, toes spreading like roots in soil after rain. There's no need to grip the floor with your heels. No one is waiting for you to stand up. Your ankles feel loose, joints releasing their hold on old habits. Even the soles of your feet, pressed into the blanket beneath them, are letting go, no longer needing to push forward or stay alert. They can rest exactly as they are. Now let everything fall together. All the weight from head to toe, from crown to heels, merging into a single sensation. The kind that comes when you're no longer trying to be somewhere else, not even in your own mind. Let it all go heavy, not because it's forced or rushed, but because there is nothing left to hold. Not strain, not expectation, not the need to remember or forget. You don't have to do anything except stay here. Just lie still and feel what happens when you stop asking for more than this moment offers. There's a stillness settling into the hollows where effort used to live, the space behind your sternum, the soft curve of your lower back against the mattress, the quiet pressure between your thighs as if the body is remembering how to be held by itself alone. No one needs you to prove anything here. not even to yourself. The limbs are not performing now. They're simply resting in their own weight, like stones at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, no longer lifted or pushed, just present beneath the surface. The breath continues, not because you've decided it should, but because your body remembers its own rhythm when there's no one to tell it what to do. It flows in and out without commentary. The lungs don't need to be praised for filling. They simply fill and then empty again with a quiet sigh that doesn't ask permission. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're forcing it, but because your chest has stopped resisting the downward pull, has stopped trying to stay light or ready. It can afford to sink. Now let the awareness shift slightly, not forward, not back, but down into where the spine meets the pelvis, that quiet junction of bone and soft tissue where tension often lingers, like an unspoken apology for having been upright too long. Let it soften, not with a push, but by simply noticing how much you've already let go. The way your hips have released their grip on posture, the way your lower back has stopped trying to brace against time. It's not that you're thinking about relaxing, just that there's no longer any need to be tense. Let your thighs rest deeper into the bed, not with force, but by allowing them to stretch out in a slow, quiet surrender. The inner surfaces of your legs feel warm now, the kind of warmth that comes after walking far and stopping too long to notice. But this isn't about distance or effort. This is just heat pooling where movement has ended. It's not urgent. It doesn't need to be useful. Your knees, those joints you've carried through days, through decisions, through the weight of what might have been, are no longer bent against anything. They can stay softly curved, open, unguarded. The tendons beneath them relax without protest. No one is asking you to stand up or walk again. There's no destination waiting beyond this moment. And your feet, your soles that once pressed into pavement, into floors, into the ground like a plea for stability, are finally allowed to stay where they are, not reaching forward, not gripping backward. The arches unfold like pages in an old book left open too long, and the toes spread gently, not as a signal of readiness, but simply because their joints no longer need to be tense. There's a quiet fullness now, nothing loud or bright, just a deep ease spreading through your legs like water seeping into dry earth. No one is watching. You don't have to explain why you're here or how long you'll stay. The bed holds you without needing to know anything about who you were before. Now let the arms come back into awareness, not as tools, not as limbs that reach or hold, but simply as parts of a body at rest. Your upper arms hang loose against your sides, no longer tensing in preparation for lifting something heavy. They don't need to be strong anymore. The weight pulls them downward naturally, just like the hands below them. Your forearms lie flat on top of the blanket, not pressing down but resting, letting gravity do what it does best: settle things where they belong. The skin over your wrists feels light, almost transparent in its softness, the kind of thinness that comes when nothing is required from you. No need to signal anything. No one needs you to sign a name or wave goodbye. Your hands, those instruments of touch and grip, are no longer holding onto anything. Not even the idea of control. The palms face up, open like vessels that have stopped trying to collect what's not theirs. The fingers are relaxed, not curled into fists, not spread wide in anticipation, but just resting where they are, as if learning how to be still. There is a softness here, more than comfort, more than relief, a kind of quiet surrender that doesn't need a reason. It isn't about giving up, it's about letting go because there's nothing left to hold on to. The body knows this instinctively. When the mind stops fighting, the muscles remember how to stop remembering. And now, let your awareness drift upward again, not with urgency, not searching for anything, but simply following the way the breath moves through you. You don't have to find it. It's already there, moving in and out like a slow tide that never quite reaches the shore, just laps at the edge of consciousness without claiming it. Let the chest rise, but not because you've told it to. Let it fall back into the mattress, not as an effort, but because your ribs no longer need to keep their shape against memory or expectation. The space beneath them is open, empty in a way that isn't hollow, but full of stillness. It's not silent in the loud sense, but quiet like dust settling after a storm. There's a soft pressure building behind your eyes, not from strain, but from release. Like something long held has finally been allowed to slip through fingers that no longer remember how tight they once were. The forehead, once knotted with worry or planning, is now smooth, not because you've erased anything, but because it doesn't need to be in charge anymore. The eyes stay closed, not for privacy, not as a wall, but simply because the world outside isn't calling you back yet. There's no need to look at anything. No one is waiting behind those lids. You don't have to read a sign or notice a shadow on the floor. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It's full of quiet, like an old room where nothing happens and nothing ever needs to. Let that darkness remain soft, featureless, undisturbed by thought. Not because you're trying to clear it, but because there's no reason for anything to appear now. No story to tell, no image to hold. It's not a blank slate, it's just a space where things can rest without being watched. And when something does rise, when an old phrase returns, or the ghost of a voice you once knew flickers in your mind, you don't need to name it. You don't have to follow it down into memory. Just let it float past like a leaf on water, not clinging, not resisting, just letting go as soon as it arrives. It doesn't matter what comes. It only matters that you're here, lying still, feeling the weight of your body where it rests against the bed, no longer needing to be somewhere else. No need to fix anything. No demand for meaning or outcome. This is not a practice with results. It's just being with nothing required. The breath continues, slowly, steadily, drawing in when it wants, releasing without hesitation. The chest doesn't rise and fall like a machine. It moves like something that has learned how to live inside its own skin again. Not fast, not forced, just present. Now let the shoulders, those high points you've carried for so long, begin their slow descent, not because you're trying, but because there's no longer anything pressing them upward. The joints loosen without effort. They sink into the mattress as if they've finally found where they belong, not in readiness, not in defense, but simply in rest. Your arms fall deeper with each breath out, not heavy from fatigue, but lightened by surrender. As though every movement of your body has been invited to stop trying so hard, just once, to be anything other than itself. There's a kind of listening now, not hearing sounds, but sensing the quiet beneath them. The way silence settles into corners when no one is speaking. The absence of noise doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels like space that's been given back to you, not taken from anyone else, just released. And still, there's nothing left to do except stay here. Not move, not think, not even wish for sleep. Just lie in the middle of this breath, this moment, this body, no longer resisting the weight of being exactly where it is. The blanket feels warm now, not because you've turned up a heater, but because your skin has stopped trying to protect itself from cold or exposure. The heat is coming from within, a quiet glow that doesn't need fuel. Your arms lie where they've landed, not on a surface, but in space, no longer shaped by urgency or purpose. The hands rest open, palms up, fingers slightly curved as if cradling something that has already slipped away. There's no need to grip the moment, no reason to hold onto anything at all. You're not guarding against loss, You've already let go of the idea that you must keep things safe. The weight in your shoulders continues its quiet descent, not with a rush, but like dust settling after a long stillness. It isn't falling so much as returning to where it has always belonged. The bones beneath the skin don't ache now, they just are. Not fighting, not bracing. There is no tension to unknit because there was never anything to tighten in the first place, only the habit of thinking you needed to. The breath moves through your chest like a quiet tide, no need for rhythm or effort. It comes and goes as it pleases. The ribs don't rise with force. They simply yield, giving way to the next slow release. And when that out-breath happens, the body doesn't just relax, it sinks. Not into the bed, but into itself. Into a kind of stillness so deep you can feel it in your marrow. The spine, long and unbroken, lies along the line of gravity like an old riverbed after rain has passed. It remembers nothing now except its own shape. No effort to stay upright. No need to be firm or straight. The vertebrae rest one atop another, not stacked for strength, but held together by time and silence. There's no story here about posture or pride, just the quiet alignment of bone and flesh meeting in a place where nothing is asked. You don't have to make anything true. You don't need to believe in what you're feeling, only that it is. The softness behind your eyes, the warmth pooling at the base of your neck, the way your legs are no longer separate from the mattress but part of its slow, steady presence. None of this is a performance. The lower back releases, not with a sigh, not with relief, but as if gravity has finally found permission to do what it's been doing all along. It doesn't push you down. It just lets you be heavy in the way that only stillness allows. Your thighs, once tight from sitting too long or standing when you didn't want to, are now full of a quiet warmth, like sunlight filtered through cloth. They don't tremble. They don't twitch. There's no impulse to shift, to stretch, to find some new position. This is not restlessness. It's surrender so deep it has become habit. The calves are soft now, no longer guarding against pressure or fatigue. The ankles feel loose and open, like doors that haven't been closed in years. And the feet, your feet have forgotten how to be restless. They aren't waiting for anything. No destination. No purpose beyond being here, feeling the weight of their own shape. The toes, each one separate but not fighting, spread gently against the sheets. Not because you told them to, but because they've remembered what it is to let go without needing an excuse. There's no need to do anything with your body now. No instruction needed. It isn't trying to be something else. It doesn't care about appearance or function. It just lies, quietly, fully, on the surface of sleep that has already begun but hasn't yet named itself. The mind is not elsewhere. It's not racing toward a finish line or chasing thoughts like they're fleeing animals. There are no threads to follow, no words to untangle. The echoes you've been circling, the old regrets, the moments you wished you could undo, are still present, yes, but they don't pull at your attention anymore. They drift through awareness not as wounds, but as shadows passing over stone. They're not sharp, not painful, just there, like the faintest ripple on water when a leaf falls from above. You don't need to push them away. You don't have to welcome them either. There's room for them in this space, but only as guests who have come and gone without leaving footprints. You're not trying to erase what happened, not even trying to understand it. It doesn't matter how things were or why they unfolded that way. The past isn't a prison. It's just something you no longer need to carry forward. The weight of memory is lighter now because you've stopped clinging to its meaning. You're not holding on to the person who made the mistake, nor the version of yourself who believed differently. There's only this body, this breath, and the slow, steady motion of letting things be as they are. No need for forgiveness, no demand for closure, just space, not big enough to fix everything, but large enough to stop pretending you have to. The air in the room has settled into stillness that doesn't feel like silence. It feels like presence. Like time itself is breathing slowly so you don't have to keep up. And beneath it all, something quieter than thought, a sense of being held, not by hands or words, by space, by absence, by not needing to be anything at all. The blanket still covers you, not because you're cold, but because your body has remembered what warmth feels like when it's not earned through effort. It's just there, like the way sunlight settles on stone after a long night. Your left hand, still open, feels heavier now than it did moments ago. Not from fatigue, but from being allowed to be itself. No need to do anything with that hand. No purpose required. It can lie where it is and simply exist without needing permission. The right arm follows suit, not in competition or comparison, but because the body doesn't want to keep one side active while the other rests. There's no imbalance anymore, just balance as a quiet truth. Your chest rises, then falls, no longer forced by urgency, but shaped by breath that moves through you like water over smooth stones. Not fast, not deep, just there. And each time it comes out, your body sinks a little deeper into the mattress, not from gravity alone, but because there's less resistance. There's no goal to reach, no milestone to cross, no promise of sleep, only this: the slow unfolding of release, not as an event, but as a continuation. You don't need to be somewhere else. You're already where you are. The bed is not a place you're waiting to leave. It's the ground on which your body has finally decided to stop searching for anything better. The mind doesn't have to quiet down. It just stops trying to shout over the silence. When thoughts come, when an old sentence repeats, when a name rises uninvited, they don't need to be answered or examined. They're not enemies, not even interruptions, just passing clouds in a sky that has long stopped demanding anything of the wind. Let them drift. Let them settle where they land. Don't follow. Don't resist. Don't name them. Just let the air carry them away like ash from a fire that's already gone cold. There is no need to fix this moment. No one is watching. There is nothing to prove. You aren't being evaluated for how well you're relaxing or whether your mind has stopped racing. This isn't about performance. It's not even about sleep anymore. It's just about being, without the weight of doing. The legs are no longer separate from the rest of you. They've become part of a larger stillness, like roots sinking into soil that doesn't ask anything in return. The hips don't clench. The thighs don't tense. The ankles aren't braced against an unseen threat. You're not holding your body together anymore. You're letting it fall apart gently, not from weakness, but from ease. The breath slows, not because you've slowed it yourself, but because there's no need to breathe quickly when nothing is coming or going. And in that slowness, there is a kind of listening, not hearing sounds but sensing the space between them, the quiet that fills rooms when people have stopped speaking, the stillness that settles after all effort has ended. There's something ancient about this feeling, not from memory, not from history, but from deep inside your body's knowing that to rest is not failure and to stop striving is not surrender. It's just the natural state of being. When you've let go enough to no longer need to prove you're present. You don't have to want sleep. You don't even have to want anything else. You are not trying to fix anything now. Not even the way your thoughts keep returning to that moment you wish had gone differently, or the words left unspoken, or the silence that stretched too long between two people who once knew each other well. You don't need to go back there. There's no reason to reopen what has already settled into the quiet of memory. The past isn't a place you're supposed to live in, only a path your body has walked through, and now it's behind you, like footsteps fading in sand after high tide. The weight in your limbs is not just physical anymore. It's something quieter. It's the feeling of being allowed to be undone. Not broken, but unmade on purpose. Not because anything was wrong, but because there's a kind of peace that comes when you stop needing to hold yourself together. The bed feels less like furniture and more like a threshold. Something soft between what you've carried for so long and the ease of letting go. Your jaw remains open just slightly, not clenched, not strained, not even thinking about being relaxed. It's simply in its natural position, resting as it always meant to be when no one is watching, when no expression is required. The muscles around your eyes are no longer taut with attention or worry, just soft folds of flesh that don't need to stay alert. They can sag gently if they want to. No one will notice. The air inside you moves not in bursts but in slow pulses. Each breath a quiet acknowledgement, like the way water settles into cracks over time. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with urgency. It only rises because your body still remembers how to breathe. And it falls, not because you're forcing it down, but because there's no reason to hold it up anymore. There's nothing pushing against this moment, no demand for progress, no expectation that something should happen if you stay here long enough. The space behind your eyes is not empty in the way that feels like absence. It's full of stillness, like a room after everyone has left, but without loneliness. Just quiet that doesn't need to be filled. When an old thought comes, the shape of someone else's face, or the echo of a tone you haven't heard in years, it doesn't land with force. It floats in like fog across a field, and then it dissolves before it can settle too deep. You don't reach for it. You don't pull it back into focus. There's no need to label it regret or memory. Just let the idea drift off the surface of your awareness like dust on still water. This isn't about stopping thoughts from coming. It's about changing what happens when they do, not fighting them, not welcoming them. Simply allowing space so that even a shadow can pass without leaving an imprint. Your shoulders are no longer trying to carry anything. They've stopped pretending to be strong. The joint where arm meets shoulder feels soft, like something melting gently under the sun. No resistance. Just release into what is already true. Your arms hang not from weakness but from acceptance. They don't need to do anything. They can rest exactly as they are. And your hands, you can feel them now, not because you're paying attention, but because their weight has grown so natural it's impossible not to notice. The fingers aren't curled or tense. They lie flat, spread slightly on the blanket like petals fallen from a flower that no longer needs to open. There is warmth pooling in each knuckle, spreading slowly through skin and bone. No effort required for this heat. It just arrives, as if your body had been waiting to remember what it meant to feel alive without doing. The legs, your hips have released their grip on the past. The tension that used to live there, the weight of standing too long, of being ready for something, of never quite feeling safe, is gone. Not erased, just no longer held onto. Your thighs are heavy now, not from fatigue, but because they've decided not to hold back anymore. They sink into the mattress with quiet finality. Your calves feel thick and warm, like roots settling into soil after rain. The ankles aren't braced against danger or fear of movement. They're relaxed, open, turned slightly outward, as if your body is finally learning how to rest without pretending it's still standing ready for battle. The soles of your feet are pressed into the bedsheet, the toes curled only slightly, not from tension, but because that's where they've always rested when no one was watching. They don't need to be flat or straight or active. They can lie as they are, unaccounted for, unjudged, simply existing. There is a rhythm here, not in time, not in pace, but in the way your body has begun to settle into its own shape again. Not the shape you tried to make it fit, but the one that fits you. The one that doesn't need correction or adjustment. It's been waiting for this moment when no one is asking anything of it. The breath continues, not fast, not slow, just steady, like a river finding its own path through stone. Each exhale carries something away. Not words, not memories, but the lightest part of effort. The last bit of strain that clung to your muscles after you stopped noticing it was there. You aren't trying to be still. You're simply allowing yourself to be less restless than before. The mind doesn't need to quiet down. It only needs to stop trying so hard to control what happens inside. There's a kind of listening now, not hearing, not understanding, but sensing the space between thoughts, like noticing how silence feels when no one is speaking in a room. That pause after laughter ends, or just before someone says something important. It isn't empty. It holds everything that was said and unsaid. And the body has stopped waiting for permission to rest. It's decided it can be still without needing approval, without being productive, without proving anything. You don't have to want sleep. You don't even have to want to stop thinking. But if you notice your mind drifting or your thoughts beginning to blur at the edges, don't pull back. Don't tighten. Let that softness grow deeper. Let it spread like ink in water, not rushing but spreading where it wants. Your feet are no longer separate from your legs. Your hands are not apart from your arms. You're becoming whole, not by adding anything, but by letting go of what you thought needed to stay. There's a quiet now that isn't silence at all. It's full of softness. Like the way sunlight feels on bare skin after being indoors for days. Or like the moment just before rain starts, when the air becomes thick with possibility, and everything is waiting not for change, but for its own nature to show itself. You don't have to do anything with this feeling. You don't need to hold on to it or make sure it lasts. It's already here. And if you let go of wanting to keep it, then the only thing that remains is what was always true. That rest isn't something you earn, but something you return to. The body remembers how not to fight, how to sink into the earth without protest, like a leaf falling from a tree in autumn, not because it's dying, but because it knows where it belongs. You don't have to explain yourself to anything anymore. There is no one left to convince. Let your skin feel what it feels. Let your muscles soften as if they were always meant to be soft. Let the warmth rise from within, not like fire, not like energy, but like a slow tide that returns without needing to announce itself. And when another thought comes, whether about time or fear or loss, you don't have to push it away. You can let it pass through you like wind through an open door. No resistance, no recognition, just motion. And then stillness again, the kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything from the world. There's no need to be anywhere else. You're already here, not in a better place, not waiting for something to happen, but simply present in a way that feels like coming home. The blanket isn't covering you because it needs to. It's just there, soft against your skin, holding warmth not from effort but from being close to body heat, like two things finally at peace with each other. The weight in your limbs isn't just settling, it's remembering how not to resist the pull. Not gravity exactly, but something older. A quiet knowing that you were never meant to hold yourself up for long. The bed doesn't ask anything of you. It simply holds what is given, no more demand than soil asks of roots. Your back curves slightly into it now, not shaped by effort, not adjusted for comfort, but because the body has found its natural line again, like a branch bending under snow without breaking. There's no need to find your breath. It finds you in this stillness. It comes up from deep inside, slow and unhurried, as if surfacing after being underwater longer than anyone remembers. You don't have to guide it or shape it. Only notice how the air moves through you, not like a task, but like an old habit returning. One that doesn't require attention because it's already been lived. Your fingers are open now, not forced, not relaxed on purpose, but just released into space between your body and the blanket, not reaching for anything, not even warmth. The tips of them float slightly above where they rest, light enough to feel like part of a dream that hasn't decided whether it wants to stay or go. And somewhere behind you, the past isn't being pushed away, nor is it pressing in. It's just present, like the hum from an old refrigerator running quietly through walls at night, low and continuous but never demanding your attention. You don't need to examine what happened between then and now. No accounting of steps taken or left undone. But simply allow that memory not to be a weight anymore. Let it lie where it is, as if buried under something soft rather than heavy. The air around you has changed, not in temperature but in thickness. It's no longer the kind of stillness that makes silence feel sharp. This one feels like fog on glass, quiet enough for thought not to echo back at itself, thick with possibility but without pressure. You're inside it now, no boundary between outside and within. Your shoulder blades lie flat against your spine, not pinned down by tension or lifted in alertness, but resting where they were meant to be all along, like stones settled into a riverbed after years of being moved around. Nothing moves them anymore except gravity's gentle hand, and even that doesn't rush. The space behind your eyes isn't black now. It's the color of something before light. Not dark exactly, but deep in tone and texture, as if you're looking through water at sky seen from below. No shape to see, no thing to name. Only a kind of stillness so soft it almost feels like breathing without air. There's no need for clarity here, no reason to make sense out of anything that came before or might come after. The thoughts don't have titles, the feelings aren't labeled. You're not tracking them. You're letting them drift by in slow motion, as if through a hallway lit only at intervals and never quite fully seen. The breath doesn't need rhythm. It finds its own pace now, like footfalls on snow. One step, then pause, another after time has passed without meaning. Not waiting for anything to happen, but simply being present with the silence between each inhale and exhale, as if it were a kind of conversation already underway in some forgotten language. Your skin isn't just warm. It's remembering what warmth feels like when no action is required. It doesn't need you to think about it or protect it from cold. There's nothing trying to be preserved here, only the slow, steady return of sensation, not sharp but deep, as if your nerves were waking up after being asleep for years. And something in that moment, the softest part, isn't even aware of itself anymore. It's just there, like a leaf floating on water, not thinking about movement or direction, but simply carried by the flow without effort and without complaint. There's no need to go anywhere, no place left you're supposed to be, no appointment with yourself in another room or time zone. You're not late for anything, not early either. The clock doesn't matter here. It hasn't moved since before sleep began its work. Time isn't lost. It just stops being a problem when there's nothing urgent waiting at the end of each minute. You're becoming familiar with stillness, not as absence but as presence, not empty space between events, but full in another way entirely, like how your body feels after standing for hours and finally letting go. That kind of heaviness isn't weakness. It's surrender to truth. The memory that came earlier, the one about the thing you said or didn't say, isn't gone, but it's no longer yours like before. It doesn't belong in front of you anymore as something needing response. Instead, it floats at a distance, like smoke from far-off campfire seen through trees after dark. You don't have to apologize for what happened, or explain why things ended the way they did. You aren't responsible now, not for fixing anything or rewriting history with better words. There's no need to protect your version of events, nor is there pressure to prove you were right in any moment that didn't go as planned. The past doesn't have teeth anymore, it only has texture, a certain feeling around the edges, like touching fabric worn smooth from years of being held or folded away too often. Not painful, but not untouched either. You're no longer trying to hold it together, not because you've given up, but because there's nowhere else for it all to go except into rest. The breath moves deeper now, not forced down by will, but drawn in naturally as if pulled toward a place inside where nothing has been asked of anything since forever. And when the exhale comes, it doesn't feel like release so much as return. Like returning home after walking through streets you no longer remember clearly. Your hips are soft against the mattress, no tension coiled around joints, no resistance in pelvic bones trying to stay upright or alert. They're just there, as if they were always meant to be heavy and still. The lower half of your body isn't separate from the upper anymore, not by design, but because effort has stopped being a requirement for existence. The legs are not holding anything up. They aren't supporting posture, nor guarding against danger. They've given that task over quietly, and now only exist as part of what's been allowed to settle. You don't need strength here. You're just letting gravity do its work without protest or resistance. Not trusting it fully yet, but allowing yourself the possibility that trust isn't needed at all, because rest doesn't require faith. It requires surrender. And when a thought comes, the one about tomorrow's meeting, or how someone might feel if they knew, don't try to fix it. Don't rewrite what was said in your mind yesterday. Just let it pass through like wind moving across bare ground, leaving no trace behind except the faintest ripple where air touched earth. There is room here, not space you've carved out with intention, but open area that has always existed beneath all effort and striving. It wasn't made. It simply was there waiting for permission to be felt again. The blanket isn't covering anything anymore in a literal way, just lying across your body as if it were part of the same story. Soft against skin, not because someone needed warmth, but just because both had been tired too long. You're no longer holding on to what you think should happen next. You're simply letting go of wanting to control when rest arrives, or even whether it comes at all. There's a kind of ease in that, not triumph, not relief, but quiet recognition. The body knows how to be still without needing proof of why or for whom. It doesn't need applause from itself, only absence of strain. And so you sink deeper into what is already true, the truth your muscles have known since before language came along. That peace isn't a destination. It's just where bodies go when they stop fighting their own nature. The air moves through you not as breath but as presence. The darkness behind closed eyes no longer feels like emptiness, nor does it feel full, only sufficient. Enough to hold everything that was once named and unnamed alike. The quiet ache of forgetting someone's name, or how sunlight fell across a kitchen floor in spring. Your spine is no longer a line of resistance, but an arc that curves softly into the bed, as though it were always meant to rest in this gentle hollow where mattress meets body. The vertebrae are not stacked against gravity anymore. They're aligned with it, each one settling deeper than the last without effort or intention. There's no need to straighten anything here, only to let go of wanting to be upright when even standing was once a performance. The weight in your arms has changed, not just heavy now but present, like water that doesn't rush forward but pools and stays still at the bottom of something vast and quiet. Your fingers are not clenched around memories or plans. They're simply open, palms facing up as if receiving nothing and giving nothing back. The skin on them is warm in patches where blood has slowed its flow into deeper layers, like sunlight pressing through thin curtains after dusk. Your shoulders have unhooked from the past, their shape no longer shaped by someone's gaze or judgment. They've dropped not because they were told to, but because their muscles remember how it feels when they don't carry the weight of what could have been said, done, undone. There is space where tension used to live, space that didn't exist before you stopped resisting. You are no longer guarding against feeling too much or too little. You're simply allowing sensation as it comes. A slight coolness near your collarbone, a ripple beneath the surface of your jaw when breath moves through, the soft pressure of blanket on thigh like something breathing slowly beside you. These aren't signs to be interpreted. They are not messages from anyone, only sensations that exist without purpose. The air in this room has settled into silence, not because it's empty, but because there is no sound left for it to carry forward. It moves only when needed. A breath drawn through nose and exhaled with quiet dignity, like the last act of an old ritual done just once more before being laid down forever. The rhythm isn't urgent. It doesn't need to be faster or slower than what's already happening. There is no clock ticking in your mind anymore, not even its ghost. Time has stopped pretending it matters here. It's not that you've forgotten how long it is. It's simply that length means nothing when every moment becomes the same kind of stillness. A pause between one breath and another, like earth holding itself before rain returns. The thought about tomorrow doesn't come as demand. It floats in like dust motes caught in weak light, suspended not to torment but just to be seen. You don't push it away or pull it closer. It hovers, unanswered, and then dissolves into the dark behind your eyes without needing resolution. And beneath that darkness, the picture isn't blank anymore. Not because you're imagining anything, nor trying to visualize peace, but because something has finally stopped fighting its own nature. The inner field is neither white nor black. It's not a mirror or window, but simply there, like the stillness between waves on an ocean far beyond sight. You are no longer trying to reach for rest. You're already in it. Not as arrival, not as victory, but as simple truth. Your body has always known how to let go if only you'd stop telling it what to do next. It doesn't care about tomorrow's meeting or whether the words were right. They aren't important now because they've lost their power to hurt. There is a softness spreading from within, not forced, not earned through discipline, but just there, like moss growing across stone where no one ever expected anything green to appear. You're not doing this for anyone else's sake or even your own future self. You are simply letting the weight of being awake fall away, so that what remains isn't effort at all. Your hands lie open now, palms touching nothing but air. Yet they feel full in a way that doesn't come from holding anything. There is completeness not because you've finished something, but because there's no longer any need to finish. The legs are no longer separate parts of your body. They're part of the same story as breath and stillness. Long curves sinking into bed like roots finding soil after years under pavement. They don't remember needing strength. They only know what it feels like when resistance stops being required. Calves relax not because someone said, "Let go," but because their muscles have simply stopped trying to brace against the unknown. Your hips are no longer tense with readiness. They're quiet, folded in on themselves as if folding a letter and tucking it away without opening it again. There's no urgency here, not for anything at all. No need to prepare or protect. The air inside you moves not because you've willed it, but because your body has decided that motion is unnecessary right now. It doesn't have to speak. It just needs to be still enough to hear what isn't being said. The silence beneath thought, the space between intention and action, where nothing happens but everything becomes possible. There's no point at which you feel like almost there. There never was one, and that's okay. You're not approaching sleep. You are already inside it in a way that doesn't require dreaming or waking to prove its presence. The blanket lies across your chest with the same gentleness as if someone had placed it over you without words, knowing only what needed to be done. Cover you so you wouldn't feel cold even when nothing else was warm. It's not keeping anything out. It's just resting there like a companion who has no need for conversation. Your breathing slows, not because you're counting or guiding, but because your body knows how much air it needs and isn't afraid of having less than before. Each exhale is longer, softer, like smoke drifting upward from an extinguished fire, not rising with force but floating into the sky without resistance. The edges of awareness begin to blur not as loss nor confusion, but like water spreading across dry ground until nothing remains distinct anymore. Shapes soften, boundaries fade. The mind doesn't need names for things now. It only needs peace, and that's already here. There is no longer any question about whether you're doing it right, because there was never a test to begin with. You were not given instructions to follow or marks to earn. All that mattered was letting go of the effort, to stop measuring how much stillness could fit in one breath. You don't need permission to be quiet. You've already been granted it by your own body, which has stopped asking for anything at all. The past isn't erased. It's simply no longer holding on. It doesn't cling because you've let go of needing answers. Regrets aren't forgotten. They're folded away like old photographs in a drawer where sunlight rarely reaches. And now, the only thing that remains is this: warmth, heaviness, stillness. Nothing to carry forward and nothing left behind. Only presence, not as achievement but simply being, unexamined and unhurried. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty, it's full of absence. Not lack, not void, but a kind of quiet that holds everything without claiming it. You are not waiting for sleep. You're already in the moment where sleeping happens naturally, like water flowing downhill when no one has to tell it how or why. There is only this: letting go into what was never meant to be held onto anyway. The body knows its way back home, not through memory nor willpower, but through surrender so deep that even desire stops being a problem. And now, there's nothing left to do but rest. No task, no mission, no effort required. Just this: the quiet weight of limbs sinking deeper into mattress like roots finding their place in soil after years under concrete. Like dust settling on still water. Like breath returning where it never had to be summoned. Nothing more needed. Just being here. And letting go again. Your hands lie open now, palms up like empty bowls left out after rain has passed, no longer holding anything but the quiet weight of being there. The fingers are not curled or clenched. They simply rest where gravity has placed them, each one a small surrender to stillness. There's no need to straighten them, to adjust their shape. Their soft curve is enough. They don't resist what it means to be motionless, nor do they try to remember how movement felt earlier in the day. The skin feels warm where light touched it briefly before night settled deeper. Just a faint glow under surface tension, like glass after sunlight has left. The arms hang down from their sockets with no intention of lifting again. Not now, not ever for this moment. They're heavy without effort, as if they've finally remembered what heaviness is meant to feel. Not burdened by labor, but simply released into the kind of weight that belongs in rest. The joints do ache. They just exist where they are, quiet and unclaimed by any demand. Your shoulders have slipped down from their usual tense position, no longer hunched or drawn up toward your ears like a defense mechanism against something unseen. They've settled back into the mattress with slow grace, as though remembering how to lie flat in space after years of being asked to carry more than they could hold. The muscles beneath them are not active. There's no tension trying to stay alert, only warmth spreading through that hollow between shoulder blade and spine like a small fire banked just below skin. The breath flows out again, slow as it did before. But this time you notice something new. The air doesn't escape with urgency. It leaves without needing anything after it. There's no anticipation of inhaling next, just letting go in full trust that what comes will be enough when it does come. The chest softens not because you've told it to, but simply because there is nothing left pushing against itself anymore. The space inside your torso feels open, not hollow, never empty, but spacious like a room long untouched and undisturbed by footsteps or noise. It holds no story today. No memory of pain or praise lives here now. Just stillness so deep that even the idea of breath seems unnecessary for its completion. You don't need to breathe because you're already breathing in another way, through quiet, through time itself. Your hips are soft against the bed's surface, not rigid from holding your shape upright all day, but melting into it like wax on a warm stone. The pelvis has stopped trying to protect anything. It isn't guarding pride or dignity anymore. There's no reason left for that kind of armor. It simply yields, letting itself be held by what already knows how to hold. The thighs press gently against the bedsheet with even pressure, no one leg heavier than another, both sides surrendering equally without comparison. The skin on your calves is smooth and relaxed beneath its own warmth. You can feel it slowly releasing every last thread of resistance that once kept them taut from walking too much or thinking too long. Your feet are still, not because they've been told to be, but because the ground has already taken their weight completely. There's no need for balance here anymore. No one watching who might stumble if you let go fully. Your toes spread slightly on their own accord, not in response to thought, but as a natural consequence of allowing sensation without judgment. They don't curl inward or tighten. They just lie there like seeds waiting quietly beneath soil. The blanket rests across your chest now with no pressure, just presence. A soft weight that doesn't press down, only stays. It's neither warm nor cold. It simply is where warmth belongs when nothing else demands attention. You aren't wearing it. You're being worn by its quiet kindness. And behind the closed eyes, there's a space that hasn't been named before. Not dark in any dramatic sense, but soft and unformed, like mist at dawn over fields too still to be stirred into wind. There's no image here, not even silence as something you can name or describe. It isn't absence because it holds more than emptiness. It contains the possibility of nothing happening without making anything worse. Thoughts pass through that space not with urgency but gently, like leaves floating down a slow river. No need to grasp them, no reason to follow where they go. If one comes near, the memory of an unfinished sentence, a voice from years ago, something left unsaid, it drifts by as easily as mist parting for the sun's first touch on stone, and then fades without trace. There is no task in this stillness, not even stay here. You aren't being asked to do anything. There isn't any role you must play, no one watching whether you're doing it right or wrong, not now that all effort has fallen away like dust from old walls after rain. This moment doesn't need confirmation. It just exists as a kind of natural law. When the body stops fighting itself, rest comes without permission. You don't earn this peace. You only stop resisting its arrival. The edges between you and everything else have softened beyond feeling. They've dissolved not into nothing, but into something that isn't separate from anything at all. There is no border where your skin ends or air begins. The boundary has become porous like wet paper, allowing things to pass through without resistance. You are neither inside nor outside, just resting in the space between awareness and unawareness, as though time itself had paused not out of fear, but because it recognized that some moments don't need moving forward. They only require being held long enough for their full meaning to be felt. Not understood or remembered, just known through weight. Your body has no plan anymore, no agenda other than this, letting go deeper with each passing breath until even the idea of effort feels distant and unimportant. It doesn't matter what happens next. The future is not a demand here. It's merely an echo that won't return unless you invite it back, which you aren't doing. You are allowed to be unaware, not because you've failed at being aware, but because awareness isn't needed right now. There's no need for clarity or insight. Just release so deep it feels like returning home through a door never locked in the first place. And as if sensing that this stillness is becoming permanent, your limbs grow heavier not gradually, but all at once, as though gravity had finally decided to listen and answered with full weight, not dragging you down but welcoming you into its care. You are no longer holding on. You're simply being held by what has always been beneath you. The earth under mattress, breath within chest, air in lungs that never asked for permission to be there, but stayed anyway. There's a kind of peace here, not because everything is solved or fixed, because it is, but because nothing needs fixing anymore. The mind doesn't have to silence itself. It just stops needing to speak at all. And now, the quiet dark behind your eyes becomes something else. Not space, but presence. Soft, vast, without boundaries, full of what cannot be named and therefore never feared. It holds no judgment, only stillness that knows nothing about striving or success or failure. You don't need a reason to stay here. You're not staying for anything. You are simply resting in the way water rests when it stops flowing, for no purpose other than being where it already is, with all its weight and depth unaltered by desire. Even regret doesn't have power anymore, not because you've forgiven yourself or forgotten what happened, but because there's nowhere left for those old feelings to go. They don't knock at the door. They simply dissolve into air like salt in rainwater. There are no answers waiting. There never were. Only this, a body that has stopped asking questions, and mind that has learned it doesn't have to know everything to be okay. And so, you let your shoulders fall further than before, not because anyone told you how, but simply from knowing they don't need to carry anything anymore. Your arms sink deeper into the bed like roots finding soil after years trapped in concrete. The breath comes out slower, longer, almost soundless now. The kind of exhale that doesn't announce itself but just exists as part of the quiet between sounds. The air inside you is still, not because it's motionless, but because there's no need for movement. It simply is, like sunlight on a window pane when nobody looks at it, unobserved and untouched by effort. Your hands lie open now, palms up like soil waiting for rain that never needs to come, just present, receiving nothing, giving back nothing. The fingers are not curled in memory or tension. They are relaxed into a shape that belongs only to rest, as if each one had been taught its own silence long ago and remembered it without being told. There is no effort in their openness. The weight of them is just there, like stones left too long by the river bank, worn smooth not from use but from simply staying put. The warmth spreads inward now, not heat, not fire, but a soft fullness, as though your blood had finally found its way home after wandering through cold corridors all night. It pools in your forearms with no urgency, settles into the bones of your hands without protest or pride. The skin feels lighter than it has in years, and also heavier, like flesh that stopped pretending to be anything other than what it is. Warm, soft tissue resting on a frame made of bone and breath. Your shoulders have gone beyond dropping. They've dissolved into the mattress beneath them, not sinking but merging. It's as if the fabric had been waiting for this moment all along, absorbing your shape like earth takes water, quietly, without needing to be acknowledged. There is no effort in letting go. There's only an absence of resistance. You are not releasing anything. You're simply allowing what has already begun to unfold. Your chest rises and falls with the slowness of something that doesn't need to prove it's alive, just breathing because it can, like a leaf trembling on a branch long after wind has passed through. There is no rhythm here to follow, no pattern to maintain. The breath comes out not in waves but in quiet seepage, as though you are exhaling time itself, letting the seconds leak away into silence where they don't need names. The air inside you stays still, not because it's trapped, but because it doesn't want to move. It knows nothing of urgency or purpose. There is no reason for it to leave. You aren't pushing it out. It simply leaves when it decides it has stayed long enough. And then comes the next breath. Not a demand, not an invitation, just another presence that arrives without fanfare. Your hips have loosened in ways they never did during waking hours. No longer braced against the past, no longer trying to hold space for memories that don't belong here anymore. They are soft now, yielding into the bed as if gravity had whispered something kind directly into their joints and told them, "You can stop fighting." Your thighs carry more weight than before, not because they've grown heavier, but because you have stopped lifting them in your mind. The muscles relax not from fatigue, but from acceptance, like a door that no longer needs to be locked because there's nothing left to guard. The calves release into the mattress with a kind of surrender, the tendons uncurling like ancient roots loosening after centuries under stone. Your feet feel wide now, spread open and unafraid, toes slightly curled not from tension, but from the gentle pull of gravity that has finally claimed them completely. The soles are warm against the sheets, no longer stiff with readiness to walk, no longer preparing for a step that never came. Your entire body is becoming less like something shaped by habit and more like something formed by stillness, a shape not built but revealed through absence. There's nothing you're trying to do, nothing left to achieve. The mind doesn't need to quiet down. It's already stopped speaking because it has no one to speak to. And behind your closed eyes, The dark is not empty. It is full of presence. Not a void, but an unfolding. Like water filling a basin that didn't know it was broken until now, or light returning after long absence. Not loud, not bright, just there. Gentle and unremarkable, as if nothing had ever been missing. There's no image to hold, no memory, no scene. No face from yesterday or tomorrow. Just the quiet dark, which is not lack of vision, but a kind of seeing that doesn't require eyes. It is awareness without content. Not knowing, not forgetting, just being, where thought stops being useful and begins to fade like smoke in cool air. If a memory surfaces, a word, an old tone, the echo of a sentence never finished, it does not pull you back. It floats through the dark like a leaf on water, visible for a moment, then gone without trace. You don't reach after it, don't name it, don't ask why it came. You simply let it pass as though it were part of the same breath that carried your body into this place. There is no need to stay awake or fall asleep. There's only this: being held in a state where neither condition applies. The idea of time has softened, not erased, but relaxed. Like fabric left too long under sun and wind until even its seams begin to forget what they were made for. The weight beneath you isn't just your body. It is the whole world resting on top of stillness. Not pressing down, not pushing forward, but simply being. The mattress feels like a kind of cradle, shaped not by design, but by years of sleepers who came before and left behind only this: softness that remembers how to hold. Your spine no longer curves from effort. It lies straight, not because you've adjusted it, but because there's no reason for it to bend. It rests like a riverbed after flood water has withdrawn, exposed, open, unburdened by the need to carry anything anymore. Even your thoughts don't feel separate now. They are part of the same silence that holds your breath and fills your eyelids with dark. You aren't watching them. You're not even aware they exist as separate things. They move through you like clouds over mountains, passing, seen only in motion but never attached to any ground. The air around you feels thick now, not heavy but full, like the moment just before rain begins when everything holds its breath and listens. But there's no need for sound, no signal to come. You are already where it is. There is no future here, the kind that demands arrival or completion. There's only this: a body resting without needing permission, a mind unwound from the thread of expectation, a spirit not seeking anything but simply being in the way clouds rest on a hillside, not for long, not forever, just as they are. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to remember. You don't even need to stay conscious. The quiet dark behind your eyes doesn't care what you've done or haven't done. It only knows how to hold still and let go. There is no effort in staying here, only the softness of letting everything fall into place without being asked. Your hands rest, not waiting for anything but already receiving it. Your feet stay where they are, not because they're tired, but because there's nowhere else to be. Even regret doesn't have a voice anymore. It isn't forgotten or forgiven, just no longer needed. Like an old key turned in a lock that no longer exists, it turns uselessly in the air and then drops away into silence. You are not escaping anything. You're simply stopping the chase. No need to outrun memory, no desire to hide from what has been. You're not avoiding pain. You're just no longer feeding it with attention. The space behind your eyes widens, not by effort, but because there's nothing left to fill it. It isn't waiting for a thought or a vision. It is already full of stillness that doesn't need to be proven. Your breath slows further, so slowly it feels like a pause between heartbeats, not in fear but in peace. The next exhale comes without warning and goes on longer than the last one, as if time itself had decided to stretch out just for this moment. And now, you don't feel your body anymore, not as separate parts, not as skin or bone or muscle, but as a single presence resting at the center of stillness. Not asleep yet, because that word still carries intention, but simply here in the space where nothing needs to happen and everything is already happening anyway. You are allowed to be unaware, because awareness has become unnecessary. You don't need clarity, you don't need answers. You only need to stop trying to find them. You are not holding on to anything, not even the idea of letting go. There's no need to perform stillness, no pose, no posture to maintain. The body has already forgotten how to strain. It lies where it is, shaped by gravity and time rather than will. The blanket drapes over you like a quiet promise, the kind that doesn't speak but simply rests against your skin, warm without effort, unasked for yet deeply known. There's no boundary between the fabric and flesh anymore. They've settled into one another, as if the threads had always been part of your own softness. The edges of your awareness grow softer, not because you're losing them, but because there's nothing sharp left to catch on. You don't have to sharpen attention to feel anything. You can drift through sensation without naming it. The warmth in your palms isn't something you notice. It's something that simply is, like the way a stone at the bottom of a stream feels warm after sunlight has passed over it for hours. It doesn't demand recognition. It just exists, slowly seeping into the quiet. Your fingers are not clenched or curled. There is no tension in them, only a kind of soft surrender to gravity. They rest flat against your thighs like leaves that have fallen and decided not to rise again. The joints aren't stiff. They've dissolved into stillness, as if time had paused just long enough for the small bones to forget their usual shape. There's nothing to keep upright, nothing to protect, only the slow unfolding of release, deeper than thought. Your breath moves through you like a current in a deep valley, slow, unhurried, not needing to reach anything. It doesn't rise or fall with urgency. It just flows, as if the air around your body had stopped being a medium and become part of the same quiet substance that holds your thoughts in place. Each exhale lasts longer than the last one, not because you've decided to hold it out, but because there's no reason to bring another breath in yet. The pause between them is not empty, it's full, like a moment after music stops but before silence begins. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with effort. It settles into the bed as if learning how to rest again, like someone who has spent years carrying something heavy and now finally places it down where no one can see. There's no weight anymore, not even of breath or heartbeat. What remains is just a kind of softness that holds itself together without being held. The muscles in your shoulders have unknotted themselves, not because you told them to, but because they've realized there's nothing left to protect. They sink into the mattress like sand filling a hollow, each grain settling on its own accord. The upper arms hang loose at your sides, no longer ready for action, no longer braced against something unseen. They're not waiting for anything, not even for you to notice them. Your legs are heavier than they've been in years, not because of fatigue, but because the body has stopped pretending it needs to move. The hips have released their grip on tension. The thighs rest like warm stones beneath a riverbed, unmoving, untroubled. Even your knees, those small joints that once bore so much of daily life, are no longer locked or stiff. They are simply part of the same slow descent, as if gravity had finally been trusted to do its work. Your feet feel distant now, not because they're numb, but because there's nothing left for them to do. The toes don't curl in response to cold or pressure. They lie flat against the sheet like seeds that have fallen into soft soil and decided not to grow. There's no need to push off or reach forward. No one expects you to walk anywhere now. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for a picture, It doesn't need to be filled. It is already full of something quiet, unchanging. Not a thought, not an image, but just the absence of wanting. There's no space between what you feel and where you are, no gap for longing or regret to slip through. The mind has stopped chasing itself. It isn't trying to fix anything or solve anything. It only rests. When memories drift in, not as scenes or voices, not even as feelings, they come like shadows passing over a wall, visible but not attached. You don't need to pull them back or send them away. They pass through you without leaving a trace, like fog moving across a field at dawn, visible for an instant, then gone into the air again. There's no place in this stillness where they can take root. You aren't trying to erase anything. You're not even aware of what might be erased. The past isn't here anymore, not as burden or wound, not as lesson or warning. It simply exists outside of time, like a letter left on a table that was never opened and has now been forgotten. There's no need to read it. The air around you is thick with presence, soft, warm, still, but not oppressive. It doesn't press in. It just is, like the moment between one breath and the next when everything feels suspended in possibility. You are not searching for peace. You're simply resting within its shape without needing to name it. You don't need permission to be this way. There's no audience, no judge, no part of you that says this isn't enough. There is only what is, a body lying still, mind unspooling, thoughts drifting like dandelion seeds on windless air. No one needs to know how quiet it feels inside your skull, not even you. Your skin doesn't feel separate from the blanket or the mattress anymore. It's not cold or hot. It's just there, accepting whatever temperature comes without protest. The surface of your body isn't resisting anything. No tension, no resistance, no effort to stay awake or alert. There is only a quiet acknowledgement. Yes, you are here. There is no need to be present in the way that requires focus or attention. You aren't being asked to be mindful. You're simply being without needing to perform it. The breath doesn't have to be noticed. The weight of your limbs doesn't need to be felt. They just exist as part of this larger stillness, like branches lying on snow after a storm, no longer reaching for light, only resting in what has already come. You don't have to choose anything. You aren't asked to decide whether you want to stay or go. There is no boundary between waking and sleep because there's nothing left to wake up to. The body doesn't need to prepare for a future moment. It just rests in the now, which isn't really a moment at all. It's more like an endless pause where time has forgotten how to move. There are no expectations here. No part of you that says you should be asleep by now or this is taking too long. There is only this, the soft weight of limbs, the unforced rhythm of breath, the quiet dark behind your eyes. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You're just stopping the effort to stay awake. And so you let go, not in one final act, but in 1,000 small ones that happened without being noticed. Each muscle released without warning. Each thought dropped like a stone into deep water and sank away before it could make a sound. You are not holding on, there's nothing to hold. There is only the space where everything has settled, where there's no need to fix, to change, to remember, or to forget. The mind doesn't have to be empty. It just is, like water in a bowl that hasn't been disturbed for days. There's no place you're meant to go, and no reason to get there. You don't need to arrive anywhere because the only destination was never movement, but stillness itself. And so it continues, not as a task, not as an achievement, but simply as what happens when nothing is asked of you anymore. The body sinks deeper into the bed like a stone sinking through water, slowly, quietly, without resistance or hurry. There's no sound, no effort, just the quiet transformation that comes from being allowed to stay exactly where you are. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need to be filled with dreams or visions. It is already full of something deeper than thought. A kind of rest that remembers how to hold itself together without words. You're not trying to reach a place that hasn't been named yet. There's no need for arrival, only presence. The breath doesn't have to be measured. It just moves in and out like air passing through an open window on a day without wind. There's no reason to follow it or watch it. It simply is, unattended, untouched by intention. And so the body takes its ease not from effort but from absence of demand. It isn't trying to relax. Relaxation has already happened in small ways that went unnoticed. The way your fingers unfurled when they weren't being used. How the shoulder blade slipped sideways into the mattress without resistance. How even the faintest pressure beneath your spine became part of a larger stillness rather than a signal. This isn't about doing anything right. It's about not needing to do anything at all. The thoughts that came earlier, those old echoes from places you can no longer place, are not gone, but they're no longer holding on. They drift like smoke from a fire long since cold, curling upward into the air without drawing attention, without demanding response. You don't need to greet them or send them away. You just let each one pass as if it were part of the quiet air itself. There's no shape to your thoughts anymore, no narrative thread, no beginning or end. Just a slow unfolding like fog spreading across a field after midnight, indifferent to where it began or how far it will go. Your hands lie on the blanket now, not resting, not asleep, but simply there as if they've forgotten their purpose long ago. The skin is warm not from heat, but from being still for so long that warmth has seeped in like memory returning after years of silence. You don't need to feel your hands, only know that they are heavy where they rest, like stones placed gently on a stone floor. And the weight isn't pressing down, it's just being without pressure, without demand. There is no effort involved in holding still because stillness doesn't require strength. It only requires letting go, not once, but again and again, even when it feels unnecessary. The line between your body and the bed has softened. There's no boundary left to cross. The blanket isn't covering you, it's just part of what's happening. You're not beneath it, you're inside it, like a word lost in a sentence that doesn't need to be finished. There's no separation between where you end and where the fabric begins. Your legs aren't lying on the mattress. Your thighs are sinking into its shape as if they've always belonged there, like roots spreading through soil after rain. The calves don't tense. They just exist, heavy in their own way, not resisting gravity but welcoming it. Even your ankles feel less like joints and more like soft knots of stillness at the end of limbs that no longer have to carry anything. And now, without warning, the breath deepens again. Not because you asked it to, not because you're trying to slow down, but because there's room for it. The chest doesn't rise with effort. It just expands a little as if air has found its way in through an opening no one knew existed. It isn't forced. There's no push, no pull. Just the quiet expansion of space that was never blocked, only forgotten. You don't need to breathe deeply. You're breathing because there is nothing else for your body to do with this moment but let it happen. The out-breath comes slower than the in, not because you're counting or controlling, but because the air stays longer inside, like water holding on before spilling over the edge of a bowl. There's no sound from within. You don't hear yourself breathing, not because you're blocking it, but because there's nothing to listen for. The silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like an old room with dust settled on everything, where time has stopped just long enough to let the air settle into corners that haven't been touched in years. You don't need to know how quiet it is, only feel that it is. And when a thought drifts near, a fragment of something said long ago, or an image from somewhere you can't name, it doesn't stop you. It's not sharp, not urgent. It passes through like a leaf caught in the current of a slow stream, turning once, then letting go. There's no need to follow it back. The past isn't waiting for you. You're not meant to return. There is only this moment, this unbroken continuity where nothing needs to be fixed or remembered. The mind doesn't have to be quiet. It just is, like a river that has forgotten its course and simply flows without direction, without destination. There's no map, no compass, no need to arrive anywhere because the journey never required movement at all. You're not moving towards sleep. You're already where it lives, in stillness that isn't waiting, in silence that doesn't echo, in darkness that doesn't hide anything. The weight of your arms is more than physical. It's a kind of surrender, not defeat but acceptance. Your elbows don't press into the mattress. They just let go, like someone setting down a burden they never knew they were carrying. The forearms are warm now, not from blood or heat, but from being left alone. There's no need to hold them up, no reason to keep them in position, so they sink further, as if gravity has finally won the argument it lost years ago. And your wrists, they're loose, open, fingers curling slightly like roots finding soil after long drought. Your neck isn't holding anything. It's just there, relaxed between skull and shoulder, not supporting any weight, not keeping things upright. The muscles don't tense to keep your head steady. There's no need. You aren't trying to stay awake or alert. You're not even trying to be aware. Awareness isn't required here. There's only the quiet certainty that you are exactly as you are. Not better than yesterday, not worse than before. Just present, not because you chose it, but because there's no other way to be. And now the dark behind your eyes, no longer just absence, but a kind of fullness. Not empty space waiting for something to fill it, but already filled with rest that doesn't need to prove itself. It isn't bright or clear. It's not even peaceful in the usual sense. It's simply there, like water in a well no one has drawn from in decades. There's nothing to look at, nothing to follow. No image appears, not of light, not of memories, not of faces. Just quiet. Not silence in the way we fear it. No dread, no void. But stillness that doesn't ask for anything. You don't have to imagine your body becoming heavy. You already are. You don't need to feel your feet sinking into the bed. They're already gone, like shadows at dusk dissolving into night. There's no effort in staying here. Not even a desire to stay. It isn't about clinging or letting go. It's just what happens when nothing demands more from you than simply being. There is no need for tomorrow, no reason to remember today. The past doesn't pull you back. It only exists as part of the quiet air, like dust on shelves in a forgotten room. You aren't trying to forget it. You're not even thinking about it. It's just there in the background, like an old song playing faintly through a wall, never loud enough to be heard clearly. And you don't need to hear it. You're not escaping anything. There's nothing to escape from. Not stress, not regret, not time. You aren't running toward sleep. You're already where it lives. In the space between breaths, in the pause after a thought dissolves, in the moment when your body remembers how to stop trying. And so you stay, not because you have to, but because there's nowhere else to be. The mind doesn't need to calm down, it's already still. Your muscles don't need to relax, they've been at rest for longer than you knew. There is no task left, no goal unmet. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You're just letting the world continue without needing to notice it. The blanket stays over you, not because you want it there, but because it's part of what has already settled. The mattress holds your shape not from resistance, but from acceptance. Your body doesn't need support, only stillness. And that stillness isn't something you have to achieve. It's what happens when nothing is asked of you anymore. You can let your hands rest not just at peace, but as if they've forgotten how to move. Fingers no longer shaped by intention, just curved like fallen leaves cradled in soil. The warmth spreads inward from them, not through blood, but through surrender, the kind that settles only after years of holding tight. There's a softness now where tension used to be, something deeper than relaxation. It's the quiet recognition that effort was never required. You don't need to return anything. No memory, no regret, no gesture left unfinished. They remain not as wounds, but as echoes in air, like breath after a door closes long ago. And you are neither listening nor turning away. You're simply here, and the past is allowed to stay where it belongs, behind. The weight of your arms is not an absence, it's a presence. Not lightness, but release so complete that gravity feels less like resistance and more like permission. Your shoulders have slipped from their usual stance, no longer propped up against time or expectation. And now they are simply falling into the mattress as if the bed had been waiting all along to receive them. There's no need to lift your chest, no urgency in your breath. It moves on its own, not because you've invited it, but because the body knows how to continue even when mind has stopped asking. Your spine, long and quiet now, is not holding anything upright. No effort is being made to stay aligned or attentive. The curve of your back rests into the bed with a kind of slow inevitability, as if each vertebra knew its place without being told. There's no strain in the lower back, not from fatigue, not from pain, but simply stillness that has returned after decades of holding position for someone else's sake. Your breath is no longer something you guide. It drifts out like smoke from a fire left behind. You don't force it to slow or deepen. You notice only that each exhalation lingers a little longer than the last, not because you're trying to stretch time, but because there's nothing urgent enough in you to rush forward. And now, the space behind your eyes has begun to shift again, not in shape, but in quality. It is no longer just dark, it has become thick with quiet. Not a void, but something dense and soft, like the air inside an old cupboard that hasn't been opened for years. There's no light here, no image, no shadow of anything familiar. You don't need to search or imagine because nothing is missing. This stillness isn't empty. It is full in its own way, filled with silence that doesn't ask to be broken. You can let your jaw fall open slightly, not from fatigue, but from the understanding that there's no one left to hear you speak, not even yourself. There's no need for words now. No need for explanations or apologies, not even the quiet kind. The things you never said are not lost. They're simply no longer in motion. They've stopped trying. Your neck is unhooked from its old duty. The task of keeping your head up through disappointment, through meetings, through long nights spent listening to voices that didn't care what you had to say. It's not stiff or tense anymore. It just rests, like a branch that has given up resisting the wind. And now, your legs, they are not heavy because they're tired. They are heavy because there is no need for them to be anything else. The hips have loosened, not from effort but from surrender. There's no reason to brace against the world anymore. Your thighs sink deeper into the bed than before, not by force, but by invitation. Like roots spreading slowly in soil that has finally accepted their presence. Your calves, long and quiet, are not tense with anticipation or readiness. They are simply present, unmarked by any future step. The muscles don't remember how to clench. They've forgotten the signal. You could press your foot against a wall and feel nothing, but you aren't pressing anything. There's no point in it. The soles of your feet, open, not flat but released, are not trying to grip or push. They are just there, resting on the bed like two stones left behind by a receding tide. The toes curl slightly, not from cold, but from warmth spreading up through them like roots seeking moisture in dry earth. And now the space between your breaths has widened. Not because you've stretched it, but because time has slowed without warning. It isn't waiting for anything to happen, it's simply still. There is no next moment that needs to come, no arrival, no event, just this, the quiet in which nothing occurs and nothing is missed. Your body doesn't need to be better. It doesn't have to prove it can rest. You don't even have to believe you're doing well, only that you are already exactly where you were meant to be. And so, the mind does not wander because it's tired. It wanders not at all. Not in thought, not in memory, not in regret or desire. There is no thread of story left to follow. No image appears, not of people, not of places, not even of light or darkness. Just the quiet air behind your eyes, thick and unbroken. You aren't trying to empty it, you're already there. Not because you've cleared it, but because nothing has entered in a long time. The mind is not silent, it's simply not active. It doesn't need to do anything. There's no task left. And so, your whole body settles into the bed like water settling into a basin that has always been waiting for it. Not rushed, not forced, just allowed to be. No one needs you to wake up. No voice calls your name across the room. The world outside is not asking anything of you. You aren't being missed. There's no need to remember what day it is. No reason to know whether morning has come or gone. The clock doesn't matter, not because it's broken, but because nothing depends on its hands anymore. You don't have to stay awake until sleep arrives. You've already arrived at the place where it lives. It isn't something you reach. It's something that finds you when you stop searching. There is no goal now, only continuity. Not even peace, not in the way people imagine it, bright or clean or triumphant. Just a quiet that has no purpose and asks for nothing. It doesn't want to be felt, it just is. And so, you can let go of any thought about how long you've been lying here. Not because time isn't passing, but because the idea of measuring it is not needed anymore. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You're simply no longer holding on whether to wakefulness or to sleep. There's only this: your body breathing in its own rhythm, sinking deeper into the bed with each release. Your fingers are still open. Your jaw is loose. Your shoulders have stopped fighting gravity and now belong to it completely. The air behind your eyes is not empty. It's full of rest that has no shape, no name, no story. And so, you don't need to think about letting go again. You've already done it. Not once, but over and over, through the long hours, through the quiet, through every memory that rose like mist only to dissolve without a trace. This isn't the end of effort, it's the end of trying. The body doesn't have to earn its rest. It simply is resting. And so, you are not being gentle with yourself. You're just being without any need for gentleness or harshness or care at all. There's only stillness, not because you've achieved it, but because nothing has asked you to do anything else. The blanket stays over you, not out of habit, but because your body is no longer resisting its weight. It doesn't feel like a burden. It feels like an embrace that arrived without announcement. Your arms are not resting. They're dissolved into the bed. Your legs aren't lying down. They've become part of the mattress's quiet rhythm. And now, the silence between thoughts has grown so deep that even sound has stopped trying to enter. You don't have to be aware. You don't need to remember anything. There's no one inside you who needs to keep track. Just this, a body that is gone not in death but in surrender to the dark behind your eyes, to the weight of being, to the fact that nothing has ever been required of you except to be here. And now, finally, you are. Your breath moves in slow waves, not rising to meet anything but the air that already holds you. The warmth beneath your skin isn't spreading. It's simply there, like a quiet afterglow from some long-gone fire that no longer needs fuel. Nothing is trying to get better or stronger. It's just staying where it is, in its own way of being. Your spine has stopped pretending to hold itself upright. The vertebrae are not stacking anymore. They're softening into the curve of the bed, like clay left out too long in a forgotten field. You aren't lying still. You're becoming part of the stillness. The weight of your eyelids isn't heavy because of gravity, but because they've found their true shape again. The kind that doesn't open unless something calls for it. And nothing does. There's no need to lift them back into the world. Not even a whisper from memory can pull you out. Those old echoes, your regrets, your missed chances, the words you never said, are now just patterns in the dust behind your eyes, worn flat by time, like footprints that don't lead anywhere anymore. It's not that they've disappeared. It's that they no longer demand attention. The mind doesn't have to tidy them away or judge their shape. There's simply room for them to exist without needing a place in the story. You're not letting go of them. You're just allowing them to stay where they are, like old photographs left on a shelf with no one coming to look at them. And so, quietly, they stop calling. Your hands lie open, not because you decided to relax them, but because their shape has returned to something older than effort. The fingers aren't curled around anything anymore. Not even memory, just softness, like moss growing on stone that's been left undisturbed for years. And when a thought does stir, just a faint pull at the edge of awareness. It doesn't need to be named or chased. It can float through your mind as easily as air moves through an empty room. No one stops it. No one notices. It passes, not because you pushed it away, but because there's nothing waiting for it on the other side. The space behind your eyes is deeper now, not dark in a dramatic way, not full of mystery or meaning, but simply quiet, like the moment just after rain stops falling and before the sky begins to clear. No light needs to come in. No image has to form. There's only this. The absence of noise, not because you made it happen, but because nothing is trying to speak. Your body isn't asleep yet. It's just stopped pretending it needs to be awake. Every muscle knows its own length again, not stretched taut from worry or anticipation, but settled into a shape that was always there, beneath all the effort. Your hips are not tense. They're resting in their natural hollows against the mattress, like roots sinking into soil they've known for years. And your legs, your thighs, your calves are no longer waiting to move. They aren't tired from walking or standing. They've simply forgotten what it means to be useful. And so they lie there, heavy with the kind of weight that doesn't ask anything back. It's not a surrender in the sense of defeat. It's more like a return, back to a place where being is enough. You don't have to do anything now. No one needs you to remember what happened yesterday or worry about what might happen tomorrow. There's no list. No unfinished task, just this. Your breath moving through you like water finding its own level in a still pool. And the way it feels when your ribs sink down slightly on each exhale. Not because you're forcing them, but because gravity is finally doing its job. Not pushing, not pulling, just allowing. The air behind your eyes isn't blank. It's full of something deeper than thought, not emptiness, not silence, but a kind of presence that doesn't need to be noticed, like dust settling in still air after the storm has passed. You aren't trying to stay here. You're just no longer fighting to leave. The blanket stays over you, not because it's keeping you warm, but because your body has stopped resisting its touch. There's no tension in your shoulders from hunching against something invisible. No tightness behind your eyes from squinting at a distant truth. Nothing needs protecting anymore. The boundary between skin and air is not sharp. There's just a soft blur where warmth meets stillness, like fog meeting ground at dawn. You don't need to breathe deeply. You're breathing in the way that happens naturally when no one is watching, slow, even unhurried. And each breath doesn't bring new energy. It lets go of what it already had. And if a memory rises just for an instant, a moment from childhood, a phrase spoken long ago, someone's voice you haven't heard in years, it doesn't come with urgency or weight. It floats like smoke through the room, not seeking to land anywhere. And when it drifts past, there's no need to follow it. You don't have to decide whether it matters. It simply passes, because nothing is asking for a reaction anymore. Your mind isn't scanning for danger or missing something. It's just resting in its own rhythm. Like the ocean after a long day of waves, where each movement becomes slower until even the water forgets how to move. Your fingers are still open, not clenched around anything, not gripping at time, not holding onto the edges of what might have been. They're simply part of the quiet now, like things that were never meant to do much, but only to be. And your toes, they've stopped curling from cold or anticipation. They lie flat against the bed, relaxed in their own space, as if they'd forgotten how to lift themselves up. There's no need for them to walk anywhere, not even toward a dream. It's not that you're forgetting who you are. It's just that your name isn't needed right now. Nothing asks for it. And so the self, this bundle of habits, stories, regrets, hopes, has softened into something simpler than identity, like a river losing its banks in the rain, no longer defined by where it begins or ends. Just moving quietly, without direction. You aren't becoming someone else. You're returning to what was always beneath all the doing. And if sleep comes now, it won't be because you've earned it, or deserved it, or finally succeeded. It will come because there's nothing left to hold on to. Not even the idea of falling asleep. Your body has already stopped waiting. And so, when rest arrives, when it folds over you like a warm hand laid gently across your chest, it won't feel like an achievement, just like something that was always meant to happen. Quietly, slowly, without fanfare, like rain returning to earth after the long, dry season. And if you wake in the morning, if time returns and light finds its way through the curtains, you may not remember this moment, but it doesn't matter, because what happened here wasn't about memory or proof of anything. It was just a quiet where being was enough, where effort stopped and presence began. And for now, right now, there's only this. Your breath, your body, the dark behind your eyes, no story to tell, no one to answer to, nothing left to do but let go. And so you do, not once, not with force, but simply by being exactly as you are here, in this quiet, where even time has stopped trying to measure itself. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide pulling back from sand that no longer remembers being dry. The air in your lungs is not filling with purpose, but simply staying, resting where it lands. Each exhale carries less of anything than before, less resistance, less shape, less need to be anywhere at all. And so there's only this, a quiet gathering of stillness beneath the weight of what has already fallen away. You are not trying to arrive somewhere else now. No destination hums in your bones or calls from behind closed eyes. Even longing has grown tired, settled into its own silence like dust on an old shelf that hasn't been touched for years. And nothing asks you to rise again. The bed holds you as though it's known this shape all along. Your spine a curve of surrender. Your limbs softened by time they no longer need to measure. There is warmth pooling in your palms, not from effort but from stillness. The way heat lingers on stone after sunset, or how metal stays warm when the fire dies. You don't have to will it there. It's just happening like a memory that doesn't want to be remembered, only felt. Faint, slow, certain, and your fingers, they are no longer tools for grasping or tracing names in dust. They're simply resting on air, as if waiting not for something but for nothing at all. And the space between your shoulder blades, where tension used to gather like water under a cracked roof, it's open now, not wide with intention, just unguarded, no longer holding anything back from light or breath. It doesn't need to be fixed because there is no wound, only release in its place, as if something long folded inside you has finally let go of the act of folding itself. The edges of your body are softening not into nothingness but into presence, into being so quiet that even sound can't find a reason to come close. And when an old phrase drifts up, the way someone used to say, "You should have known better," it doesn't land with weight or shame, only passes like wind through loose leaves in a hollow tree, not sharp enough to cut, too slow to carry anything forward. It settles into the dark behind your eyes as though returning home from some long journey that never had an end. Your chest is no longer rising and falling because you're trying to stay alive, but because life has found its own rhythm in the hollow of breathlessness. Each movement is less like effort than a natural pull, like water finding its level, or moss growing on stone without wanting to be anywhere else. There's nothing left to prove about your body. It just is heavy with quiet, warm from resting, not resisting what gravity offers. And the muscles in your legs, they've stopped fighting their own weight. They're no longer bracing for a step that won't come. No more waiting on doors or roads or calls that never arrived. There's only this: flesh sinking into mattress like snow falling through still air. So slowly it seems to hesitate, but then keeps going anyway. Your thighs are not tensed against the memory of walking. They're just resting in their own softness, as if they've finally remembered how to do nothing at all and been given permission to stay that way for a long while. And even your feet, those distant corners of you, are no longer seeking ground or balance, toes splayed not out of need, but simply because there is nowhere left to go. The soles press into fabric without pressure, as though they've stopped believing in friction, and each toe lies where it fell, uncorrected by will, like small things that never had a reason to stand up straight until now. The world outside this room hasn't changed. There's still night, still silence beyond the walls. But within you there is no longer any border between what is inside and what is out. Your skin isn't holding back anything anymore. It's not defending or resisting. Just being a surface where warmth meets air in an endless exchange that doesn't require meaning. And somewhere deep beneath all this, even memory has stopped needing to be remembered. There's no need for the past to explain itself now. If you think of your mother's hands on winter mornings, how she wrapped them around yours, you don't feel loss or absence, only a quiet recognition that they were once warm too, and then let go, just like this. And even regret doesn't speak here anymore. It no longer knocks at the door with urgency, nor does it ask to be named or excused. It's simply lying in the corner of your awareness now, like an old book left open on a table, its pages yellowed but not unread, not demanding anything, just resting where it is, waiting for nothing, because there's no one here who needs answers. And you don't need to think about how long this has lasted, or whether sleep will come next minute or in an hour. The clock hasn't been turned on since before the first breath of release. Time doesn't measure what isn't trying to move forward anymore. It's just still here, like a room where no one ever left, and so nothing needs to be closed. And your mind, your restless companion with all its loops and turns, is not being calmed down. It's simply stepping back from the edge of itself, folding in on quiet instead of chasing echoes. There is no longer any need for clarity or certainty, only space enough to let thoughts pass like clouds through a sky that doesn't care where they're going. And so you sink deeper, not because someone told you to, but because your body has remembered what it means to be still. Not as an act of will, but as something natural, like roots sinking into soil after rain, without seeking depth, just yielding when the ground is soft enough. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty anymore. It's full of quiet that doesn't need a name. It's not blank because you're forgetting things. It's still because nothing needs to be seen or held onto. There are no shapes forming now. No faces, no rooms, no roads stretching into the future. Only this, a softness in your sightless eyes like light absorbed by velvet, gone but felt all the same. And if you dream tonight, if something comes, The way water sometimes moves through stone without breaking it. It won't be because of any effort on your part. Just because stillness allows things to happen without asking for permission. And when they do, they'll pass like shadows across a wall that no longer needs to hold them. Your hands are not doing anything now. Not reaching, not remembering, not writing or holding back tears from long ago. They're simply open, palms up, like something waiting only for air to settle between fingers, and the warmth in them isn't trying to stay warm. It's just staying because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. And your spine, the column that once held you upright through storms of meaning, is no longer supporting anything, not pride, not failure, not expectation. It's simply curved with release, like a tree branch after winter has loosened its grip on the snow, not broken, just free from burden. And so it rests quietly without explanation. And even your breath, your constant companion through every thought, every word spoken out loud or left unspoken, is no longer trying to fill you. It's just moving in and out like a tide that doesn't know why it returns. Only that it does, gently, steadily, without demand. You are not becoming someone new, nor returning to who you were before the world began your story. You're simply being, exactly as you've always been beneath all the doing. A quiet presence in the dark where no one is watching and nothing needs proving. Your shoulders have settled so far down into the mattress that there's no longer a memory of rising. Not even the faintest trace of tension in the muscles between your collarbones and spine. Just weight, slow and sure, like stones left to settle at the bottom of a quiet lake. You are not holding anything now, not posture, not pride, not even the shape of your name as it once sounded in someone else's voice. Only this, the soft collapse into where you've always been when no one is watching. The body knows its own home better than thought ever could, and so it lets go, not because it's tired, but because it remembers what rest feels like without a reason. Your legs are longer now, longer than they were 10 minutes ago, or an hour, or even yesterday afternoon when you first closed your eyes. They're stretching into the bed in slow motion, as if time itself has slowed to let them sink deeper. Each joint relaxing not all at once but one after another, like a river finding its path through rock without force. The weight of your thighs is no longer just pressure against the sheets. It's becoming part of the earth beneath you, as though the mattress has softened into soil, and your body is finally allowed to root again. There's no need for balance anymore, no one standing on tiptoe in the rain waiting to be heard. just stillness that doesn't apologize for being still. Your feet, those small, stubborn things that once carried you through crowds and arguments and doorways where you weren't welcome, are no longer trying to push forward. They're not planning any next step, not even a single one. They've stopped pretending the ground has a direction. Their toes are splayed slightly, relaxed in the way only bare feet can be when they know they won't have to walk again for a long time. And that's all right, because nothing needs to happen now. No arrival, no departure, no need to leave behind what you've carried from earlier hours or earlier years, just this. An openness like a door left ajar in the middle of winter. No one comes through, but it doesn't close either. Your hands, the ones that once clutched at promises and letters never sent, are not curled now. They're floating in air between body and mattress, as if their fingers have forgotten how to grip anything but silence. Each fingertip is warm from blood moving slowly through veins that don't care where it's going, just flowing. Like a stream that doesn't know the sea exists until it reaches it. You can feel your pulse not in your wrists, but in the soft tissue beneath your palms, like something quiet waking up after being asleep for too long, not racing, not hoping. It's just there, steady and slow, breathing with the dark behind your eyes. Your breath is no longer a rhythm you're following. It's no longer even yours to control. It simply moves in and out, as if the air itself has learned how to settle into your chest like dust settling on a shelf that hasn't been touched for months. There are no notes left to sing, no words to form. Only the quiet expansion of space between one pause and the next. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're trying, but because your body has stopped fighting against letting go. It's like watching smoke drift through a room where no one lit a fire. No reason for it. No origin, just presence. And the thoughts, the ones that once moved in circles around old mistakes and things said too late or never said at all, are not disappearing. They're simply passing by, not as visitors, but as echoes from another life. You don't have to greet them, explain yourself to them, or ask for forgiveness now. They drift like leaves on a river that doesn't care what season it is. Some of them might come back later. Some will stay gone. But none of them are in charge anymore. The mind has stepped aside not because it's tired, but because there's no longer anything to defend, no one left to protect from itself. And so your body feels heavier, not like burden, but like belonging, as if every part is finally where it was meant to be all along, resting in a place that doesn't need names or explanations. The shoulder blades aren't lifting anymore. They're not trying to shield anything. They've simply lowered and stayed down, like stones at the bottom of a pond where even ripples forget how to rise. Your neck is soft now, not stiff with remembering, not tense from looking ahead, just curved in a way that matches the curve of your spine, as though gravity has found its proper shape inside you. There's no need for motion anymore. No need to turn over or adjust the pillow or check if the window is closed. Everything is where it belongs now, just because it doesn't have to be anywhere else. Even the edges of your awareness are softening, not fading away, but becoming part of the same quiet that flows through your hands and feet and breath. You're not slipping into sleep. Sleep is already here, waiting in the space between one breath and the next, like a word spoken too softly for anyone to hear. And if you dream tonight, if some shape forms behind closed eyes, or an old voice returns in a tone that still hurts, you won't have to run from it. You'll just let it pass through, as water passes beneath stone without breaking either side, not because you've forgotten what happened, but because you no longer need to carry the weight of it. There's room now for things to come and go without leaving a mark like rain on glass that leaves no trace when the storm is done. And your hands, still open, still warm, are not waiting for anything anymore. They're simply resting in air as if the world has agreed to hold them until morning. Even if it doesn't know why, no one needs to answer their question. They don't need a purpose now, only this: the quiet certainty that being here is enough, that you are allowed to be exactly where you are, without effort, without explanation. And so you stay, not asleep yet perhaps, but close, so close that even time has stopped trying to measure how long it takes for the body to remember peace. Because peace doesn't arrive by appointment. It arrives when nothing is asking for it, and there's no longer any need to ask. Your breath moves in, deep and slow, not searching, not reaching, just returning like a tide that doesn't know why it comes back but knows it will always come again. And your chest rises slightly, then falls, not because you're doing anything, but because the air has decided to stay for a little longer, just long enough to let you sink deeper into the dark behind your eyes, where even silence feels like home. There is no urgency now, no need to be anywhere else. No one watching, nothing to prove. Only this: the softness of being without having to be anything at all. And so you remain, not trying to fall asleep, just letting yourself become what you've always been: quiet, still, held by the dark as it has always held everything that doesn't fight back. Your fingers are no longer curled around anything they once held. The knuckles have softened into a shape that needs nothing, not even air. There is space between each fingertip, as if the hand has learned to be still without pretending it's empty. You're not letting go of memories. You're just allowing them to settle in their own time, like leaves drifting down through water where they don't need to sink or rise. The weight in your arms isn't pulling downward anymore. It's resting as if the bed has been waiting all along for this exact pressure. Every inch of skin on your forearm is aware of its own warmth without needing to be reminded. You're not thinking about how long you've been lying here. You're only feeling what happens when time stops making demands. The breath that moves through you now comes from a place deeper than the lungs. It flows up from somewhere quiet and old, like water rising in a well one has drawn from for years. It doesn't have to be steady, it simply is. Soft as dust settling on stone after rain. There's room enough inside your chest not just for air, but for stillness, for absence, for the kind of peace that isn't earned or deserved. Your legs are no longer holding you upright in memory. They've stopped pretending they need to be ready. The calves have relaxed into a shape that matches their own soft curve against gravity, like roots sinking deeper after long droughts when even the soil remembers how not to fight back. Your ankles aren't taut with expectation. They're simply open, letting the weight of them fall where it wants without resistance. The soles of your feet are no longer pressing into anything that might move under you. Their surface is soft, like moss growing on stone in a forgotten corner of an old garden. Nothing about them needs to be firm or prepared, only present, and they stay there, not guarding any door, not blocking any path, just resting as if the earth has agreed to keep them warm until morning comes by itself. Your spine is no longer keeping its shape out of habit. It's letting go of all the ways it used to stand up straight when someone might look. Now it follows gravity without resistance, like a rope that finally stops trying to hold tension and lets itself hang, smooth and unbroken. Each vertebra softening into place not because it has been told to, but because there's no reason left to move. You're not thinking about what you said or didn't say last week, nor the tone of someone's voice when they looked away too quickly. Those things aren't gone, they're just resting now, like footsteps that faded into gravel and were never picked up again. Your mind isn't clearing itself for sleep. It's simply letting go of how to hold anything in its hands anymore. The dark behind your eyes is no longer waiting for something to appear. It's not empty because you forced it. It's quiet by default, like the silence between two notes played too far apart to be heard together. There's room now for nothing at all, and that emptiness doesn't feel hollow. It feels full in a different way. The air around your body isn't pressing against you anymore. It's just lying still as if waiting with you, not helping, not hindering, simply staying so the moment can breathe without needing to be explained. There's no effort left for being present or alert, only this. That presence has become quiet enough not to notice itself. Your shoulders aren't dropping, they've stopped rising at all, like a pair of stones released from hands long grown used to carrying them. And now, even the idea of lifting feels strange, as if it were something done by someone else in another life. You're no longer remembering how hard you once tried to hold yourself together, only feeling what happens when that effort stops being necessary. The weight of your body isn't pulling down, it's flowing into the bed like warm water spreading through sand, not rushing, not seeking a shape, just finding its own way in, and each part sinks deeper without trying to reach further than where it lands now. You're not drifting towards sleep. Sleep is already here as if it never left. You're only remembering how to be still long enough that the body forgets what it was supposed to do next. There's no plan, no intention, just a quiet certainty that rest doesn't need permission from any part of you. Your hands are not doing anything now. They're simply resting in air as if someone else had already decided they'd be safe here. And the world has agreed without speaking. The fingers aren't closed around anything, but also not open for anyone to take. Just present, like a shape left behind after motion stopped. The breath moves through you again, not because of will or rhythm, but because your body remembers what it means to breathe when no one's watching. And that memory isn't urgent, it doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to happen once more. Then again, each time lighter than the last, like a sound fading into wood instead of air. The edges where you end, where your skin meets cool night, are not sharp anymore. They've softened into something that no longer resists being touched by cold or warmth. There's just this, a quiet place between what is inside and outside, neither defended nor exposed, simply held in the stillness of its own boundary. You're not trying to stop thinking. You're only letting thoughts pass through like birds flying low over treetops without landing. No need to chase them or hold on. They don't leave marks when they go. Their shadow is gone before it reaches your feet. The mind isn't quiet because it's been silenced. It's still, not from effort but from absence of demand. There's nothing left that needs answering. No question rising high enough to be heard. Just the soft weight of being without needing a reason for it. Your body is not asleep yet, and perhaps it doesn't need to be named as such, because you're already in what sleep feels like when it stops pretending. It's not something coming, but something that has always been waiting beneath everything else. And now the space between your thoughts grows longer, more room for silence than sound, each pause deeper than the last, softer still, until even time forgets how to measure itself by breath or beat. You don't need to stay awake anymore. You're not falling asleep. But something inside has already let go of wanting. And that letting go is what makes it possible. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for dreams. It's only holding space, like a room left open after everyone leaves. No one needs the light on because nothing in here wants to be found or seen. Just held quietly until morning decides whether it will come again. There's no need now for any part of you to prove that it belongs. The body knows its own shape without being told. The breath returns not from effort, but from what comes after the last thought stops reaching. And stillness doesn't ask permission, it simply is. You are here, not because you've done anything right, but because nothing left to do has been asked of you. Your shoulders have slipped lower than they knew was possible, not because you pushed them down, but because gravity has finally remembered its name in this place. The weight of your arms isn't a burden anymore, just an absence of resistance, like cloth left to hang where it falls. There's no effort in letting go, only the quiet confirmation that something long held tense can now simply stop holding. And you're not doing anything to help it happen. You're just allowing the space between muscle and bone to soften into stillness, as if your body has been waiting for permission all along, but didn't know what to call it when it arrived. The air beneath your ribs moves in soft waves, not a signal, not a command, just the slow rise of breath that happens only when no one's listening. And because no one is listening, it doesn't need to be loud or deep, just enough to keep the body from forgetting how it feels to be alive without strain. Each exhale spills out like steam from an old kettle left on a stove too long. No urgency in its release, only a slow unraveling of pressure that has been held for days, weeks, maybe longer than you can remember. And with every breath out, the body sinks deeper into what it was meant to be. Not awake, not asleep, but resting in the quiet between wakefulness and surrender. Your fingers are no longer tracing invisible lines on your palms or clutching at air. They're just there, open, unclaimed, like stones left in a dry creek bed after water has moved on. Nothing needs them now. No grip to be made, no task to finish, no future demand that requires their attention. And the space between each fingertip is not empty. It's full of stillness, warm with its own quiet presence, as if the world outside had already agreed there was no need for motion where you are. The warmth in your hands isn't from effort or blood flow alone, though it flows freely now, but from something quieter, a release so deep that heat begins to pool not just in tissue, but in stillness itself, like sunlight collecting in a shadowed corner, unnoticed until it has gathered enough to change the air around it. And that warmth spreads, not because you asked for it, but because your body no longer needs to fight its own way back to comfort. The base of your spine is not stiff anymore. It's soft where it meets the mattress, as if the bones have softened into memory instead of structure. Each vertebra has stopped resisting gravity and now rests against the bed like a book laid down on a shelf after being read aloud one last time. There's no need to stay upright, no reason to hold yourself in line. You're not slumped. You're only letting go of what was never yours to carry. Your hips are no longer braced against an unseen force. No tension from past decisions. No weight from old arguments or unspoken apologies that never left your posture. They've settled into the bed like roots finding soil after a long drought, and the legs beneath them. They're not waiting for anything now. The thighs are heavy without effort, as if gravity has finally remembered its duty to pull things down gently instead of dragging. Your calves aren't tight from walking too far or standing too long, no longer shaped by days that needed you to be ready, alert, prepared. They've softened into what comes after motion. Stillness with no purpose. The ankles are not clenched or guarded. They're open like gates left ajar in an abandoned garden, inviting nothing, keeping nothing out, and your feet are just there, flat against the mattress, toes spread slightly as if they'd forgotten how to curl. The soles of your feet have stopped pretending they need to be useful, no longer scanning for danger or preparing to move on command. They're only feeling, not the floor, not the weight of walking, but the quiet pressure of being held by something that doesn't ask for anything back. And beneath them, the bed has long since stopped resisting. The mattress isn't fighting your shape anymore. It's just letting you sink into its own slow memory of holding bodies like yours. The breath continues, not because you're making it happen, but because life still knows how to move through you when no one is watching. There's a rhythm in the way air drifts between ribs, not forced or controlled, but carried by something older than thought. The body's quiet habit of staying alive without needing approval. And that rhythm isn't loud. It just exists like footfall in an empty hallway, soft enough to be missed if you're paying attention. But it doesn't vanish when ignored, only persists until even silence remembers what it feels like to hold a sound. The mind hasn't gone away, but its movements have changed. Thoughts still come, not as waves or storms, but as leaves drifting across a frozen pond, visible for an instant, then carried under by the cold surface. No need to step on them or stop their passage. Just let each one float without landing, without making noise, without claiming space. And when you notice one rising again, a name from yesterday, a phrase half remembered, a tone that still echoes in your throat, you don't greet it. You just watch it drift by like smoke through an open window, not even curious about where it's going, only aware of how little weight it carries now. There is no place to go, no urgency to arrive anywhere else. The body has stopped trying to prepare for a future that hasn't arrived yet. And in that stillness, time doesn't stretch or shrink. It just exists as space between breaths, not measured by clocks, but felt in the way your skin settles into warmth, in how long a pause can last before you remember what sound is. You're not asleep, but you're no longer awake either. Something has settled beneath all that. You've slipped through the gap where effort stops and rest begins. It's not a decision. It's not even awareness. Just presence without demand, like a hand left open on a table, not waiting for anything to be placed in it. And now softly, quietly, without force or need, the dark behind your eyes isn't empty, but it is calm, not waiting for dreams, not hoping for answers, just holding the shape of stillness as if someone had already drawn it there before you arrived. And that space doesn't shrink when thoughts drift in. It only widens a little more because nothing inside needs to be found or fixed. Your body isn't resisting sleep, not because you want it, but because it no longer feels like something that must be earned or fought for. The limbs are not tired. They're just done with trying. And the mind is not quiet because you've turned off a switch, only because there's nothing left to turn on. And so you remain, not in between wakefulness and sleep, but somewhere quieter than either. In the space where no one asks what you're doing or why you're here, or whether it matters if you stay awake, just being, without needing an explanation for your existence. The breath returns again, gentle, slow, not because of will, but because the body remembers how to move when nothing is at stake. And each time it does, there's less effort in the movement than before, as though even breathing has begun to forget what urgency feels like. And you're not falling asleep. You're only allowing yourself to stop trying to be anywhere else. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy because they're tired, only because they no longer need to carry anything. And that lightness isn't in them. It's in the space between them and the bed, where gravity has finally stopped fighting and let things simply stay. You can let your arms fall deeper into the mattress, not because they're heavy, but because they no longer need to hold anything up. The warmth in your palms isn't spreading, it's just staying, like a quiet afterglow from something that already happened. There's no memory of effort now, only the soft confirmation that movement is possible without intention. Each fingertip rests where it landed, not waiting for direction, not preparing for touch. They're simply present, as if the body had quietly decided to stop asking permission. Your shoulders don't slump, they just stop rising. And in that letting go, the skin above them becomes lighter, like fabric that no longer needs tension to stay upright. You can feel how the air moves across your collarbones not as a draft, but as an absence of pressure, not cold, not warm, just still, as if gravity has taken over the job of holding things in place, and all that's left is for you to stop resisting it. The breath doesn't deepen. It just lingers. There's no need to pull or push, only a quiet continuity, like water moving through stone without sound. Each out-breath isn't longer, only more complete, as though the body has finally stopped measuring its own rhythm and simply allowed it to unfold. Your chest doesn't rise because you're trying to breathe. It rises because the air still wants to enter, even if only slowly. And when it does, it fills not with urgency, but with a kind of patience that's been forgotten in waking hours. There is no demand for oxygen, only space for breath to be. Your legs are no longer separate from the bed. They're just part of its shape now, like roots sinking into earth over time, without force or noise. Your thighs aren't resting. They've simply stopped trying to stay tense. And in that stillness, they begin to feel heavier, not because of weight, but because there's nothing left to lift them. Your calves are not relaxed. They're just no longer holding any story. The muscles don't release, only stop resisting what is. Every fiber knows it doesn't need to prepare for a step or brace against an obstacle that hasn't come. And so they let go, not in response to anything, but because there's nothing left to respond to. The feet are no longer attached to your mind. They're only aware of where they lie. The toes aren't curled or spread. They just exist as soft shapes beneath the blanket, like small islands in a dark sea. You can feel how each one is held by the warmth of the bed, not because it's cold, but because heat settles where there's no need to move. And that heat isn't rising, it's just staying, not waiting for circulation, not trying to wake anything up, only being exactly as it is. The back of your skull feels less like a place than a shape, like the curve at the end of something long and quiet. You can feel how it rests against the pillow, not pressing or adjusting, but simply letting itself be cradled, no longer needing to hold anything upright, no longer trying to keep thoughts in line. The neck doesn't tense. It only softens where it meets the skull, as if a thread connecting your head to the rest of you has finally loosened. And now there's space between brain and body, not for thought, but for stillness. The mind hasn't stopped, only changed its pace. Thoughts don't arrive with force. They drift in like dust motes caught in slanted light, visible only when they catch the edge of attention. You can watch one rise, not to react, not to label it, not to push it away, but simply because you're aware that it's there. And then it slips back into the quiet, just as easily as a leaf sinks beneath the surface of water. No need to follow its path, only notice how little weight it carries now. Like an old letter folded too many times, worn thin by time. It doesn't say anything new. It only reminds you that memory is not the same as presence. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for a dream. It's not looking for a shape or a story. It simply holds space, like a room where nothing has been placed yet. And because nothing is expected, there's no pressure to fill it. So it stays open, not empty, but undisturbed, like glass that hasn't been touched by reflection. You can feel how the silence isn't loud. It's just complete, not because it's silent, but because nothing inside needs to speak. The body doesn't want sleep, only release. And in this moment, there's no difference between rest and surrender. The weight of your limbs isn't a burden. They're only heavy because they've stopped trying to be anything else. You can feel how each joint is less defined now. Not broken, not stiff, but softened into something older than muscle or bone, as if time has settled in places where it was once rushing through. The breath returns again, gentle, slow, not because you're guiding it, but because the body remembers how to breathe when nothing matters. There's no effort in the movement, only continuity, like a thread that never breaks, even though it's been left to hang. And with each out-breath, something inside loosens, not a muscle, not a thought, but an old habit of staying alert. Your hands are warm now, not because they're active, but because warmth has taken root where there was once effort. You can feel how the fingers aren't curled. They're just open like palms that have stopped expecting to receive anything. And in that openness, something deeper settles, something quieter than stillness. Not peace, not relaxation, not calm, but a kind of absence of demand. You're not asleep, but you're no longer awake either. The space between breaths has grown longer, not because time is slowing down, but because there's nothing left to measure it by. And so the silence isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like air that holds a shape even when no one sees it. The body doesn't move, only stays, not resisting anything, not seeking anything, only being where it is, as if gravity had finally agreed with what the limbs wanted all along. You can feel how each part of you has stopped fighting to stay upright, to remember, to be ready. And in that release, there's a kind of forgetting, not loss, but absence of need. And so you remain, no longer trying to fall asleep, no longer trying not to sleep, only allowing yourself to stop being anywhere else. The mind doesn't have to quiet down. It just stops adding new words. Thoughts come like distant birds passing over land they don't know. They're seen, but never answered. And when one lands in your awareness, you notice it not with surprise, not with resistance, but with a kind of soft recognition. As if seeing an old friend who's been walking beside you all night without saying anything. There is no place to go, no direction, no goal, only this. The weight of your body on the bed, the warmth in your palms, the slow fall of air through your lungs, and the dark behind your eyes, not waiting for light, not resisting darkness, just being what it is, a space that doesn't ask anything of you. And if something stirs, some half-remembered phrase, some old ache that flickers near the edge of sensation, it doesn't need to be named or pushed away. Only let pass like a shadow crossing water, not leaving ripples behind, because nothing inside is trying to hold on anymore. And so it stays just as it came, with no claim, no weight, no urgency. The breath returns again, slowly, softly, without intention, just the way it has always moved when no one was watching. And each time it does, there's less of you in it, more of the quiet that remains when all effort stops. You can feel how the air in your lungs isn't just moving, it's settling, like dust that has finally stopped swirling and found a place to rest on the floor of your chest. It doesn't need to be pushed out or pulled in. There is no shape to preserve, no rhythm to maintain, only the quiet return of breath as something older than breathing itself, a kind of listening through stillness. Your ribs don't rise. They just let go like walls that have stopped holding up a roof, because they've decided the sky is not coming down. And in that space between one breath and the next, there's no pause, only continuity. It isn't silence, but something quieter than silence. A listening without ears. You are not aware of being aware. Only that awareness has thinned into the kind of quiet that doesn't need to be called anything. Like warmth spreading through the hollows where memory used to live. Your feet aren't cold. They're simply no longer trying to stay warm. They've stopped pretending they need to respond to a floor that's been still for hours. The soles are open, not because they're relaxed, but because there's nothing left to close around, like soil that has forgotten it ever had roots. And your toes, each one is only what it is. Small bones without purpose, flesh with no function except to be, not waiting for a step, not remembering the last one, just letting themselves dissolve into the softness beneath. There's no need to move them or even think about moving them. They are simply where they're meant to be, beneath the blanket, held in place by gravity and stillness both. Your thighs aren't heavy because you've tensed them. They're heavy because they've stopped fighting their own weight, like a stone that has finally decided not to float. It's not resting. It's only being what it is. And so are all the other parts, your hips, your lower back, the curve where spine meets pelvis, all of it softening into something that doesn't care about alignment or posture. Nothing needs to be straight anymore. No one will check if you're lying properly. No one even knows you're here. Not in any way that matters. And so you can let go, not as a choice, but as the natural outcome of being left alone. There's no effort behind it, only surrender to what has already begun. Your arms are not resting on your body. They're simply part of it now, like branches grown into the trunk instead of separate from it. Fingers that don't curl because they've stopped needing to hold anything. Palms open, wrists relaxed, forearms sinking deep into the bed as if they were made of something heavier than flesh. Their weight isn't a burden. It's just how things are when there's no one left to carry them. You can feel the skin along your arms, warm in patches, not from blood flow, but from stillness spreading through layers that once resisted contact with air. It doesn't matter if the room is cold or warm anymore. There's only this, a kind of insulation built not by fabric, but by absence. Not resistance to cold, but forgetting what cold even means. Your shoulders have dropped, not because you've lowered them, but because they've stopped pretending they need to be anywhere near your ears. Their weight has gone down. And so has the tension in your neck, like a rope that finally knows it doesn't need to hold anything up anymore. The space behind your eyes isn't empty. There's something there, but not an image, no light, no shadow, no shape. Only what remains when all looking has stopped. You don't see darkness, You just are in it. And the dark is not waiting for a thought to come. It doesn't mind if nothing happens. Because nothing ever needed to happen, your jaw isn't clenched. There's no muscle left that remembers how to clamp down. It's only open, like a door that hasn't been closed since before you could remember closing doors. Tongue rests where it wants. No need to push against the roof of your mouth or pull back from teeth. Just softness in its place. And your forehead, no lines drawn by worry, no furrows from years of asking questions that had no answer, only smooth surface. As if time has smoothed over every frown like sand over a stone, you can feel how your eyes aren't closed. Not because they're open, but because there's nothing to close against. The lids don't need to shut. They just stay where they are, resting on the shape of what is. And so is everything else. Your chest doesn't rise or fall in rhythm with effort. It moves only when gravity pulls it down, and then returns up not by choice, but because breath still flows through. Each exhale is longer than the last, not because you're forcing it, but because there's less of you to breathe more space for air that doesn't need a body. Your heart beats, softly, steadily, not fast, not slow, just present like the sound of rain on glass when no one is listening. And even that rhythm isn't something you have to follow. It's only happening because it still knows how. There's no instruction involved, no command from any part of you to keep going. It simply does what it has always done. When nothing else demands anything, the mind doesn't stop. It just stops adding things. Thoughts don't vanish, but they become less noticeable, like leaves drifting past a window that hasn't been touched in years, not interesting enough to look at, not loud enough to react to. You're not pushing them away. You're only letting them pass through like wind across an open field. And when one lingers too long, a word, a phrase from earlier, a half sentence from some conversation you had once, there's no need to name it or trace its origin. Just let it float in the space behind your eyes until it fades into the same stillness that holds everything else. There is nothing to fix here. No wrong thought. No old pain needing resolution. Only presence without demand. And so you remain, not awake enough to be tired, not asleep enough to dream, but somewhere between, where time stops measuring itself by breaths or heartbeats or the passing of minutes. A place that doesn't care about clocks, not because it's forgotten them, but because they no longer matter. Your body isn't trying to sleep, because it has already stopped being anything other than what it is. And in that, there is peace. Not the kind you chase, but the kind that comes when you stop chasing anything at all. Nothing asks for attention now. Not a limb, not a breath, not an idea, only stillness, full of its own quiet weight, like air holding shape without being shaped by hands. And if something stirs, a memory, a name, a sensation from the edge of feeling, it doesn't need to be answered. It can stay in the dark behind your eyes like a candle left burning in an empty room, dim, unimportant, not demanding anything, just there. And when it goes out, no one notices, because nothing was expecting it to stay. So you continue, not by trying, but by allowing every part of you to be where it is. Your hands aren't doing anything. They're only being heavy. Your legs aren't resting. They're only sinking. Your breath isn't controlled. It's simply moving through the same space that has held you for hours without complaint. And there's no need to say, "I'm letting go," because that would be a thought, and thoughts are not needed anymore, only presence, deep, quiet, unbroken by expectation. Like water settling in a basin long after the stream has stopped flowing. Nothing is missing. Nothing needs to come back. You're not waiting for sleep. You've already arrived where it begins, at the point where effort dissolves into simply being. And so there's no need to go anywhere else. Only stay, like dust on a shelf, like silence in an empty house, like breath that continues even when no one is listening. Nothing left to do, but let the night carry you through its own slow turn. Not because it wants something from you, but because it already has you just as you are. And so you don't move, you don't think, you simply stay, held in place by weight, by stillness, by the quiet that doesn't ask for anything, only exists. And with each moment that passes without effort, there is less of a self to be found, not gone, but no longer needing to be named. Just part of what remains when everything else has stopped trying. You are here, and also not here, but in neither place does it matter. Because the body doesn't care about location. Only weight, only warmth, only stillness. And so you stay, without a name, without a shape, without a purpose, just as something that has finally learned how to rest. Not because it was told to, but because it no longer remembers what it meant to be awake. You are not drifting through memory, nor are you holding on to it. There's no need to pull anything back or let go of it either. The past isn't a place you're visiting. It's just something that has settled in the air around you like old dust settling into corners where light doesn't reach. You don't have to name what it was, nor why it stayed longer than it should have. Only notice how quietly it lies now, not as an event, but as a shadow beneath your breath. And shadows don't demand attention unless you shine a lamp on them. You are lying still, not because you were told to be, but because the body has already found its way back into what it knows best, being. Not striving, not correcting, not fixing anything that may have gone wrong years ago. The jaw doesn't tense when something old surfaces. There's no tightening in the throat, no ripple across the forehead, just a slow release like water finding its level after being stirred. And if a word rises, an unfinished sentence from someone who meant well but didn't know how to say it, the weight of your silence is enough. No need to answer. No need to carry it forward. It can simply rest in that dark space behind the eyes, like an envelope left unopened on a shelf, not urgent, not forgotten, just waiting for nothing. There's no reason to move, even if part of you still remembers what movement feels like. The way feet once pressed into pavement, how hands used to reach out and pull things close. But now none of that matters anymore. The arms are not reaching, they're only resting. The fingers aren't gripping, only curling slightly with warmth pooling at their tips, as if they remember how it is to be held by something soft. Your breath comes in without effort, not because you've decided to inhale or exhale, but because the body knows its own rhythm when left alone. It's like a river that hasn't forgotten how to flow, even after droughts have cracked the banks. The air passes through your nose and lungs as though it belongs there. No permission needed, no intention behind it. And in this quiet passage of time, something else begins. Not thought, not memory, not desire, but simply the awareness that you're being held by a kind of stillness so deep it has no edges. It's not empty, it's full but not with things. Full like a room after everyone has left and the dust has settled on every surface. Full of absence, yes, but also full of peace. There is nothing to prove here, not your worth, not your presence, not even your existence. You don't have to be remembered. You don't have to matter in any way that someone else could measure. The only thing that counts now is the fact that you are lying here, and that's enough. The blanket above you isn't just covering. You're beneath it like roots under soil, not needing to grow but simply existing where they've been placed. There's no need for growth, no urgency to break through. You don't have to become anything different than what you already are. Only let yourself be what is. And when a thought rises, a flash of regret or the ghost of an old apology, the body doesn't react. It doesn't tighten, it doesn't lean forward in search of meaning. Instead, it just lets the feeling pass like mist drifting across a field at dawn, not clinging to anything, not lingering, but simply moving on. There's no demand for resolution, no need to retrace steps or explain yourself to anyone, least of all to your own mind. You are not responsible for how things ended, or even if they ever had a beginning. What remains is just the weight of this moment, heavy in its simplicity, complete in its quiet. The hands lie open, Not because you're trying to relax them, but because there's nothing left to do with them. No one to touch, nothing to hold on to, nowhere to go. They are not waiting for anything. They don't need to be useful. They can simply exist, warm, still, part of the body that has already surrendered. Your chest doesn't rise and fall like it once did when you were thinking too much. It moves now only because breathing is its own natural motion, not a performance, not an effort, but something that happens without anyone needing to direct it. The legs are no longer part of your plans for tomorrow. They don't need to carry you anywhere. They aren't meant to be strong or fast or ready for anything. They're just lying there, sinking deeper into the mattress with each slow breath, like stones dropped slowly into deep water, not rushing down, but simply going where they belong. Even your feet are no longer thinking about walking. The toes don't twitch in anticipation of stepping forward. They're only curled slightly, as if dreaming of grass or sand beneath them. And even that dream doesn't matter. It's just a quiet shape at the end of your limbs, like the last note of a song that never quite finished. There is no need to be anything other than what you are in this moment, not awake, not asleep, but somewhere quieter than either, where time doesn't tick or measure, where minutes don't pile up like stones on a shelf. There's only space, and within it, nothing needing to be done. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something softer than silence. It's the kind of quiet that holds everything without holding onto anything at all. Like clouds not moving across the sky, not because they're tired, but because there's no wind pushing them forward. You don't have to find peace. Peace has found you. Not in some dramatic moment or sudden shift, but in this long stillness where nothing asks for your attention. No ache in your back demands relief. No thought insists on being listened to. There's just rest. And when a feeling comes, the faint echo of loneliness, the ghost of disappointment from years ago, it doesn't need to be met with resistance. It can stay right there, like an old photograph left face down on a table, no longer looked at, no longer needed, but still present in its own quiet way. You are not trying to change it. You're not even aware of it anymore. That's not the point. The point is that you don't have to fix anything. Not now, not ever. There's only this, lying here, breathing softly, being held by a kind of stillness that has no name. The body doesn't care about meaning or purpose or what comes next. It only knows how to be heavy and warm and still, how to sink into the mattress like it was born for it, how to rest without apology, without explanation, without needing permission from anyone, including yourself. And so you stay, not because you're tired, but because there's no other way to be. There's nothing left to do except let go completely, to stop thinking about how long this has been going on, or whether sleep will ever come, or what the morning might bring. You don't have to plan for that. You are already where it begins, the place where effort stops and being continues, not in a rush, not with hope, but simply because you're here and everything else has finally let go. There's no need to be anyone at all, no role to play, no image to maintain. You can just be, like dust on a shelf that doesn't mind if it stays there for years, or like silence in an empty house where no one ever comes back but still holds the shape of someone who once was. And you don't have to remember how long this has been happening. Only notice how deeply peaceful it feels now. Not because something changed, but because nothing is asking anything from you. There's no demand, no pressure, just being quietly, completely, without a word. The weight of your arms has settled so completely into the mattress that it feels less like support than like a memory of being held. Something soft and slow that never needed to be named, only felt. The skin on your hands is no longer aware of air or temperature. It's just there, in the quiet, as if time had stopped between one breath and the next. You don't need to know how long this has lasted because you've already forgotten what measuring means. There's only this: the way your shoulder blades press flat into the bed like two stones left behind after a tide recedes, no longer moving, no longer trying to rise. The bones beneath them are still, and that stillness spreads upward through your spine as if each vertebra were letting go of its own small burden, one by one, without ceremony. And even the breath, it doesn't need to be noticed anymore. It's not a rhythm you're keeping, it's just happening. A slow outflow from the chest, like steam rising from earth after rain has soaked through the ground. You don't guide it. It finds its own path down and back again, as though the body knows what it needs without being told. Your ribs aren't lifting to pull in air. They're simply allowing space for something older than effort, the quiet return of stillness into the lungs. Your legs, those long limbs that once carried you through rooms full of noise and choices, are no longer thinking about where they might go next. They are not planning a step, not imagining pavement or floorboards beneath them. There's no urgency in the way your thighs rest against each other, or how your calves press into the bed like folded cloth left to dry in still heat. The toes, those tiny fingers of flesh and bone, are simply curled inward slightly, as if they remember the feeling of being pressed by soil, by sand, by something that doesn't ask for anything but presence. And even when a memory drifts up, a moment from years ago where you stood too long on one foot in a hallway, waiting to say something you never did, it does not land with weight. It arrives like a shadow passing over the surface of water, there for an instant, then gone again without ripple. You don't need to name it or push it away. There's no place in this quiet where things are judged. No voice says that was wrong or you should have said more. There is only space. And within that space, the past doesn't demand a reply. There's nothing here that needs your attention. No sound to listen for, no thought to follow, no image to hold. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for anything. It isn't searching for peace or clarity. It just is. Like the silence between heartbeats, like the stillness before a word is spoken aloud. It's not empty because it lacks something. It's full of what remains when nothing else matters. There's no need to be anywhere. No need to arrive at sleep or escape wakefulness. You are already where you were meant to be, not in motion, not in resistance, but simply resting as the body naturally does when all effort has been released. There is no striving in this, no tension between wanting and accepting. Just a slow unfolding of release that doesn't care about speed, about results, about whether anything changes. The blanket over you feels like something older than fabric, a layer worn soft by time, not because it was used often, but because it stayed still when everything else moved. It isn't warm in the way fire is warm. It's just there, pressing down gently, holding you as a shelf holds dust, or as walls hold echoes of laughter that never needed to be repeated. You don't have to believe anything about this moment, not that it will last, not that sleep will come, not even that you're really letting go. The body doesn't need belief. It only needs the truth of weight and warmth and stillness. And so you stay, neither awake nor asleep, but in a place where both are no longer necessary. Even your thoughts don't have to be answered. When one comes, not about what happened yesterday or whether tomorrow will be harder. It doesn't come with urgency. It floats by like a leaf on a slow-moving stream, not stuck, not demanding, just passing through the space of now before dissolving into silence again. And when another thought comes, the kind that lingers in corners of the mind, about things never said or decisions left unmade, let it be there too. Not as an enemy, not as something to fix, just a shape in the dark, like a shadow cast by light long gone. It doesn't need your permission to exist, and it certainly doesn't deserve your energy. There's no one here to judge what you've done or failed to do. No voice from outside, no memory of judgment from inside. Only this, the soft give of the mattress under your back, the way your fingers are relaxed into the bed like roots sinking into earth, and the quiet hum of stillness that fills every space between breaths. You don't need to be kind to yourself right now, not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough. Kindness isn't required here. This is not a test. There's no score, no checklist. You're simply allowed, permitted by the body itself, to stop being anything other than what you are. Lying down, breathing slowly, held in place by something deeper and quieter than intention. The air around you feels heavier now, not because it's thick, but because everything has settled into its own proper weight. The ceiling doesn't hover above, it just is. The walls don't close in. They're simply there, like the edges of a room that no one ever left. You aren't trapped by them. You are inside them as part of them. And your mind, it's not trying to think anymore. It's not working to fix or solve or imagine. It's just resting, like a stone in water, not sinking but also not floating. Not rising, not falling. Just being where it is, with no need to explain why. There's nothing here that must be remembered, nothing that needs to be forgotten. The past doesn't echo because it wants to return. It echoes because it was never fully released. But now the echo has no force. It isn't calling for attention. It's just a quiet tone in the silence, like the last note of a song played in an empty hall. And you don't have to respond. You don't have to understand. There is only this, the slow exhale that doesn't end so much as fade into stillness. And then another breath, lighter than before, and then nothing. Just space between one moment and the next, like a pause in music where no note is played but everything feels complete. You don't have to be anything. Not brave, not strong, not even aware of being there at all. The body knows how to rest without needing proof that it's doing so correctly. It doesn't need you to watch or approve. It just lets go, again and again, in ways too small to notice, like sand slipping through a cup. And so you stay, not because you're tired, but because there is nothing left to do. Not even the act of trying to fall asleep. There's no desire for sleep, no craving for unconsciousness. You aren't chasing anything at all, only being present in this long breath between one state and the next. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting. It doesn't expect anything. It simply is calm, shapeless, unbroken by thought or image. Not empty because it lacks content, but full of something that cannot be named. Not peace, not calm, not stillness, but a quiet so deep it has no name. And when the mind tries to stir again, a flicker near the edge like a moth brushing against glass, it doesn't matter. You don't need to guide it away. It can drift in and out of awareness without consequence. No effort is required to let go. No strength needed to release. Just letting. You are not holding on. Not even slightly. Not to memories, not to regrets, not even to the feeling of being here at all. There's no need for anything else. Only this, lying down, breathing gently, sinking deeper into the mattress with each passing breath. Like a weight that was always meant to be still and finally allowed to rest. You are not resisting the quiet, even when it feels too vast to hold. The space behind your eyes isn't shrinking. It's expanding gently in ways that don't require you to notice them. There is no boundary between thought and stillness anymore. No border where one begins and the other ends. Just a soft merging, like mist rising from soil after rain. Rising not upward but outward, spreading into nothing with no need to return. The weight of your limbs has stopped being something you feel as pressure. It's become their natural state. Not effortful, not conscious. The fingers in your hands are no longer separate from the mattress beneath them. They've softened into it. Like roots sinking through dark earth. They're not pushing down, but simply letting themselves be held. There is no need to grip or remember anything. No memory of a hand ever needing to hold on. Your breath doesn't need to be measured. It isn't faster or slower, it's just being. Each out-breath flows without prompting, like water finding its level after disturbance. The chest does not rise and fall with urgency. It settles into the shape that matches the air around you. And when you exhale, there is no sound to mark it. Just a release so quiet it might as well be invisible. The air in this room has stopped being neutral. It's thick, not with dust, but with stillness. Not silence because nothing happens, but silence because everything already has. The walls are not barriers anymore. They're part of the weight that keeps you here. The ceiling doesn't press down, it simply holds its place. Like a sky that never changes shape. You don't need to look up. There's no reason to. The past isn't gone, but it's no longer alive in your body. It doesn't pulse when you think of it. It doesn't flare with meaning or shame. The regret didn't vanish. It simply stopped being part of the current. Like a letter left on a table that was never opened, it remains, folded and quiet, waiting not to be read but to be forgotten. You don't have to forgive yourself for remembering. You don't need permission to let go. There is no judgment in this place. No one is watching, not even you. There's a warmth spreading through your shoulders now, not the kind that comes from effort or tension, but from surrender. A heat that doesn't burn, doesn't demand attention, just pools where the muscles have stopped fighting. The skin over them feels lighter than before, not because it's cooler, but because there's nothing pressing against it anymore. Your arms are no longer holding their own weight. They're letting the bed do it for them. You don't need to decide how they lie. No adjustment is needed. One arm rests slightly higher than the other, and that's fine. The difference doesn't matter. Nothing matters here except this: being held by something older than intention. Your jaw has slipped its last tension, not because you told it to, because the body simply remembered what stillness feels like. There's no clenching in your teeth, no tightness behind your eyes. Your tongue is not searching for position. It rests where it landed when you stopped speaking. And that is enough. Your breath now moves only as far as necessary, not a single extra inch. No need to draw deeper than the body needs. You're not trying to fill anything. The air isn't scarce. There's no shortage of space between your ribs and the sky outside, even though there's none at all. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It's full of absence. Not lack, but presence in a different form. It doesn't look like anything because it doesn't have to mean anything. It isn't waiting for you to make sense of it. You don't need to place yourself within it. You are already inside. Thoughts come now and go as they please, not with urgency, not with demand. A word from a conversation long finished drifts in like wind through an open window, uninvited but unchallenged. It doesn't knock. It just passes by, brushing your awareness like a leaf against glass, and you don't reach out to catch it. You are not the watcher of your mind now. You're part of its weather, not separate from it. There's no one watching the clouds roll through. The sky is also the air that holds them. The body doesn't need sleep to be still. It only needs permission, not a command, not a ritual, but the quiet understanding that resting is enough. There's something happening in your feet now, something subtle and slow. Not pain, not movement, but an uncurling of energy that has been waiting for centuries. Your toes aren't stretching. They're releasing their hold on the idea of being rooted. The soles are no longer pressing against the floor beneath you. They don't need to be fixed in place. There's no fear that they might move. The lower half of your body is not heavy because it's tired. It's heavy because it's finally allowed to stop trying. Your hips have stopped holding the shape of a day that isn't here anymore. The muscles around them are letting go, one by one, like threads unraveling from an old tapestry no one ever finished. And in this quiet release, something deeper is happening. Something older than thought, a rhythm not made by breath or pulse but by stillness itself. It's the kind of movement that doesn't need to be seen, like tides returning without a moon. You are not drifting, you're already there, not falling asleep, but being held in the moment before sleep arrives, where time has stopped measuring and meaning has let go. The ceiling above you is no longer white. It's softening into a color that isn't really there. A tone between gray and blue, like something remembered from a dream that never happened. And it doesn't matter if it's real or not. The room isn't changing. You are simply noticing differently now. There's a stillness in your ears too, not silence, but the absence of need to hear anything at all. No one calling, no alarm. No voice from memory asking for something you can no longer give. Not even yourself speaking back. Just quiet, deep, and unbroken. And when another thought arrives, a shadow of what might have been said, a line spoken in anger or love, it doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't need to be remembered. It floats by like smoke from a fire that burned out years ago. There is no effort here, no strategy, no plan for how to fall asleep or when the mind will stop looping. You are not trying to fix anything, not even your own restlessness. The body knows its own rhythm. It doesn't need you to listen. It only needs you to stop resisting it. You've stopped wanting to be anywhere else, not even in peace, not even in stillness, just here, where the breath flows without effort, where the limbs lie as if they've always belonged there, and where the mind no longer needs to chase anything because everything has already come home. There's a warmth now spreading from your spine, not heat but presence. A quiet hum that isn't sound, not vibration, but the feeling of being held by something that doesn't speak. You don't need to name it. You're not trying to understand. You are simply allowed, unconditionally, to be what you are. Still, present, and unafraid of the dark behind your eyes. And the dark isn't empty. It's full, not with images, not with memory, but with a kind of silence so deep it doesn't even feel like quiet. It feels more like being wrapped in something that has never been described. Something older than language, older than thought, older than regret. You are not alone in this. Not because someone is beside you, but because the stillness itself holds you. There's no need to stay awake longer. No reason to watch the time pass or measure your progress. You're not falling asleep. You're being let into something that has always been here, waiting for you to stop fighting. The body doesn't need sleep to rest. It only needs to be allowed, without condition, to cease trying. You are already sinking deeper than words can reach. Not downward, but inward. Into a space where the breath flows without direction and thought arrives not as noise, but as motion in water. Not disturbing it, just passing through. There's no effort now. No strain on your chest, no tightness behind your eyes, no urge to escape from yourself. You are simply breathing, and that is enough. The weight of your arms is not pressing down, but being held, cradled by the bed in a way that doesn't require effort from you at all. It's as if gravity has softened here, or maybe it's just your body remembering how to be supported without having to prove itself worthy. The blanket above you isn't covering you. It's settling into place like breath returning after long silence. You don't feel the fabric against skin anymore. Instead, there's a kind of warmth that feels less like temperature and more like memory. Something not from your own life, but felt in bones that have known stillness before. A faint sound drifts through the room, not loud enough to be noticed, just present. The quiet creak of wood shifting under time. Not an interruption, not even awareness. It's a detail now without consequence, floating beside you like dust suspended between two walls. You don't listen for it. You don't let it pull your attention back into thought. It passes through the space where meaning used to live and leaves behind nothing but motion. Motion that isn't meant to be understood. Your hands rest open on top of the blanket, fingers slightly splayed. Not because you've decided to do so, but simply because they no longer care what shape they make. The tips have lost their urge to grasp anything at all. They're not relaxed. They are beyond effort. There's a stillness in them that isn't passive. It's full of something older than intention, like the way roots grow without needing direction. The back of your skull feels unburdened, no longer carrying the weight of thoughts stacked too high, no longer bracing against what might come next or how long this moment will last. The space behind your eyes is not dark. It's quiet in a different sense than darkness can be. Not absence, but presence so deep it doesn't call itself anything. There's something happening now with your breath, not changing, not slowing down, but simply being allowed to move through you without interference. It isn't guided by will or need. It flows like water through stone channels that have long since forgotten they were carved. Each exhale is a release, but there's no sense of letting go, only the quiet continuation of an act already finished. You are not breathing into stillness, you're breathing from within it. The air doesn't pass in and out. It moves through you as if you've become porous to time itself. A shadow passes behind your eyes, not a memory, not a face, but something like the shape left by light after sunset on old brick walls. Not bright enough to see clearly, but real enough that when it fades, there's an impression where it was. That impression doesn't stay. It dissolves into warmth in the center of your forehead. Your shoulders have stopped being part of you for a while now. They've become more like objects placed gently on top of something larger than their own form. Not dropped, not fallen, but settled. Like stones that once tumbled down hills and finally came to rest where nothing could move them again. The weight in your legs is no longer just physical. It's the kind of heaviness that belongs only to things long given up on needing to prove anything, to be useful, strong, or ready. Your thighs are not tired, they're complete. The calves have stopped resisting gravity and now accept it as part of their nature, like rivers accepting their course. Your feet lie flat against the bedsheet, not pressed down, but lying where they were always meant to go. Toes curled slightly inward from habit, yes, but no longer holding any tension or readiness for movement. They're not waiting for anything, not even sleep. You are not tired in a way that requires rest. You're already resting. There's an absence of effort so complete it feels like the air around you has changed composition. It's thinner than before, lighter, but also denser at once, as though something invisible is holding space open just for this moment to exist without being disrupted. There are no shapes forming behind your eyelids now, not faces, not rooms, not flashes of color or light. Just a kind of quiet that doesn't have edges. It's the silence after music has ended and the echo hasn't yet begun, where nothing is expected because everything has already happened. When another image arrives, the silhouette of someone standing in a doorway, voice half remembered, it isn't followed, not even glanced at. It floats through your awareness like smoke from a fire that no longer burns. No need to greet it. No reason to remember why it came. You don't know who's speaking or what they meant, only that the moment has already passed. Your spine is not straight nor bent. It simply is. Not aligned for anything, but held in place by something deeper than posture. The vertebrae aren't separate anymore. They feel like beads on a thread too long to measure, strung together without intention or need. You don't have thoughts about being here. You're just present in the way trees are, rooted not because they've chosen it, but because their bodies remember how not to flee. The air around you feels thicker now, not warm exactly, but full, as if gravity has slowed down enough that even breath takes longer than before to move through space. Time isn't passing, it's thickening in places where stillness lives. Your chest rises once slowly, and falls again with no urgency at all. There's nothing forcing it upward or dragging it downward. It moves not because you want it to, but because the air knows how to fill and release without needing permission. There is a place inside your ribs, not an organ nor muscle, but a hollow that feels like home. Not because of what's in it, but because there's no one else trying to claim it. No past demands, no future expectations. It holds only breath, and even that isn't held, just passed through. Your ears are not listening for anything. There is nothing they need to hear. The quiet outside the room doesn't reach them anymore. There is no echo of footsteps or wind in trees. Even your own heartbeat has stopped being a signal. It's more like background noise from another world entirely, barely present enough to be noticed. You aren't falling asleep. You're becoming part of what lies beyond waking and dreaming alike. Not unconsciousness. No, that would suggest loss. But presence so deep it doesn't require consciousness to exist. There is no boundary between body and space anymore. You're not lying on the bed. You are of it. The way water becomes a pool without needing to be poured in. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something that cannot be named, because names come from separation, but this has none. You don't need sleep now, not even rest. You've arrived at the point where effort stops being required and existence simply continues on its own terms. A warmth rises through you not from blood or heat, but from stillness itself. It spreads slowly, like oil spreading across water, without direction, without destination. Not healing anything, but allowing everything to remain as it is. You are not changing. You're already complete in the way a mountain is when no one climbs it and no wind touches its peak. And this quiet, the kind that isn't silence but something deeper, isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It's been here all along, holding space while your mind wandered through rooms with open doors and unanswered questions. It doesn't care if you're awake or not. It only cares that you've stopped running from what is already true. That stillness isn't a state to be achieved. It's the ground beneath everything else. You are lying in bed, but also no longer confined by it. Not moving, but present. Not thinking, just being. And for now, there's nothing more. The weight of your limbs isn't pressing into the bed. It's being held by it, as though the mattress has learned to cradle without effort, like soil holding roots that never asked for anything in return. There is no separation between you and what lies beneath. You're not resting on it. You are part of its quiet rhythm, breathing at a pace so slow it might be mistaken for absence. The blanket isn't covering you. It's simply there, folded around the shape your body has made without instruction or design. The air in this room doesn't move. There is no current to disturb dust particles that have long since settled into stillness. Even light would struggle here, not because it's dark, but because darkness has already absorbed every flicker of intention. You are not aware of the ceiling above you, not as a surface, nor an edge, but as something like absence given form, a place where nothing is meant to happen and so nothing does. There's no reason for your hands to be open, yet they are. Not because you willed them to unclench, but because letting go has become their default state. Fingertips don't tense. They float just above the surface of sensation like feathers that forgot how heavy air could feel. The warmth in your palms isn't coming from blood. It's rising up through joints and tendons as if some ancient memory of sun had been stored in bone, waiting for this exact moment to reappear. Your shoulders don't hang. They dissolve into space around them, not falling but unbecoming the idea that they were ever separate. There is no tension at the base of your neck, only a softness so deep it feels like erosion. Time wearing down something solid until all that remains is an indentation where pressure once lived. The breath doesn't rise. You don't inhale in any way you'd recognize as effortful. It simply arrives, already full and complete, filling not just lungs but the hollows between bones, like water seeping into cracks no one ever noticed were there. And when it leaves, it's not forced out. It drifts away like steam from a stone that has finally cooled to match its surroundings. Your chest doesn't rise in order to breathe. It yields instead to space, to gravity, to the fact that nothing needs to be controlled here. It settles lower than before, not because of posture, but because there is no longer any need for height or elevation. You are not leaning forward into air. You're surrendering into stillness so complete it feels like being back inside a place where you were never born. The space behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full in the way shadows can be, dense, deep, and uninvited by thought. There is no picture to hold, no image of faces or rooms, not even silence as an idea. It simply is like water that has stopped reflecting anything because it knows there's nothing left worth seeing. Thoughts don't come. They pass through, but they aren't recognized. Not rejected, not welcomed, but overlooked, the way a leaf might drift across a lake without being noticed by what lies beneath. You're not chasing them back. You're letting each one dissolve into that same dark pool where memory doesn't have to speak its name. There's no effort in your legs, not because they are weak, but because strength has been replaced with release, like muscles forgetting how to contract, so their only function becomes being held by gravity. Thighs sink not down but into the bed, like a river that forgets it was ever water and decides instead to become earth. Calves don't relax. They vanish into softness, as if they've been waiting all along for permission to stop existing. Toes aren't curled, they're open in their own way, the kind of openness that comes from knowing there's no one else relying on them anymore. No need to grip anything. No ground to stand upon, no path to follow. They simply rest where they are, part of the same stillness now inhabiting your entire body. There is a quiet inside you, not noiseless but full with absence, like air in an abandoned room that has forgotten what it was built for. It isn't peace. Peace suggests something earned. But this is just being, not doing anything, not trying to be anywhere else. The space between breaths lasts longer than before, long enough that time stretches thin and loses its edge. Your skin doesn't feel warm or cold, it simply is. As though touch has ceased to matter, not because sensation is gone, but because it's no longer necessary for you to know your own body. You're not aware of edges. You don't mark where one part ends and another begins. There are only layers. Soft ones beneath harder ones, stillness layered over movement that never happened. Even the idea of sleep isn't present. There's nothing waiting, nothing missing. No urgency for arrival or departure. Just this moment unfolding without direction. Not even a hint of tomorrow's weight on your shoulders. Not because it won't come, but because you're no longer trying to carry anything forward. The silence in here doesn't wait. It simply exists as a kind of substance, like moss growing slowly over stone where nothing is expected and everything remains unchanged. It has no beginning or end, only duration without demand. You aren't listening for it. You're already inside it, not because you entered, but because the door was never closed. There's no need to return from anywhere if there ever was a place to go. The mind doesn't wander. It rests in its own stillness like an animal that has stopped running and simply lies down on the ground where it fell. No dreams come, no images rise, not even shapes or colors. There is only darkness behind your eyes, thick, soft, complete. And when a flicker of awareness rises, a trace of something almost recognizable, it doesn't need to be named. It passes through like wind across water and leaves no mark. You don't follow it back. You let it drift away into the same dark where all things end without apology. There's not even an idea that this is temporary, because time has slowed so much that duration feels like suspension, like being caught in a moment long enough to forget how moments are supposed to pass. You're not asleep, not yet. Not because you're awake either, but because the boundary between them no longer matters. There's only continuity, breath moving without effort, body dissolving into space, mind floating in absence so deep it feels like return. The bed doesn't hold you. It holds your shape as if remembering what was always meant to be there. The blanket isn't covering. You're already part of its weave, folded gently into the quiet pattern that has been waiting all along. And somewhere beyond thought or sensation, beneath every pulse and breath, a deep knowing settles, not a decision, not an intention, but simply being exactly as you are without need for change. No one is calling your name. Nothing requires your attention. You're just here, not more than that, and the world has stopped demanding anything from you. It's not peace. It's presence so quiet it feels like forgetting. Not absence, but fullness without form. A still point in a turning world where nothing needs to happen because everything already is. You are no longer trying to arrive somewhere. You're simply here, lying beneath the blanket, with your hands open and your breath slow, not seeking sleep or escape, just resting within this moment that has always existed, even when you were too busy moving through it to notice. You don't need to remember where you came from, only that you're here, not in motion, not chasing anything back or forward through time. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy because gravity pulls them down. It's heavy because they've stopped resisting their own stillness. It's not a burden, it's an acceptance. Your fingers rest like stones in warm soil. No need to grip, no reason to tighten. Even the tendons in your wrists have relaxed into softness, as though the bones themselves have forgotten how to tense. There is no effort behind any part of you, not now, not ever again. The breath comes without instruction. It just rises and falls like a slow tide that doesn't know where it began or when it will end. The air around you moves quietly, so slowly you can't say if it's moving at all. It brushes your skin in the same way dust settles after silence, with no sound, no mark, no trace of motion left behind. Your body is not separate from this stillness. It has become one of its elements. You are not lying on the bed. You are part of what the bed holds. A shape that was always meant to be there, folded into place without effort or announcement. The blanket isn't keeping you warm. Your warmth has already seeped into it, as if your skin had been breathing out heat for years and now only needs to let go. There's no need to hold onto the memory of who you were earlier tonight. The one who turned on the light, who thought about things too much, whose thoughts circled like birds above a field they couldn't land in. That person is gone not because they died, but because their job has finished. You are not that person anymore. Not even close. There's no trace of urgency left in your chest, only space. And the space isn't empty. It's full with something quiet and unnameable, like the inside of a cave after all echoes have faded. The mind doesn't need to be cleared, it already is. It doesn't stop thinking because it has forgotten how. It stops because there is nothing left to say. No sentence needs completion. No idea requires attention. Even the thought that something might happen next, like waking up, or hearing a sound, or remembering someone's face, passes like smoke through fingers that no longer try to catch it. It leaves no echo. There is only this, the soft pulse beneath your ribs, the quiet rhythm of life continuing without demand, not because you're allowing it, but because you've stopped asking for anything in return. You don't need gratitude or closure or even understanding. The body knows how to keep going when nothing else does. It keeps breathing not because it wants to, but because it simply doesn't know how otherwise. Your shoulders are no longer holding up the weight of yesterday's decisions, the ones you replayed over and over like a record with a scratch that won't quit. They've let go, not in triumph, but in surrender so complete it feels like grace. The muscles between your shoulder blades have softened into nothingness, not because they're weak, but because they no longer feel the need to stand guard. There's no one coming to judge you, no voice from the past calling out. Not even a whisper of what might be said, if someone ever did. The dark behind your eyes isn't just empty, it's layered with silence so deep it feels like depth itself has settled in. It doesn't wait for anything to fill it because it already contains everything. There are no shapes, no lights, not even the memory of light. Only stillness that moves without moving, a kind of quiet that is older than thought. You don't need to imagine a place beyond this. The place you're in now has no borders. It doesn't stretch outward, it only goes inward. There's no sense of time passing, only continuity, like water flowing through stone that never erodes. The past isn't gone, it's just not present anymore. Not because it was erased, but because it no longer matters what happened before this moment. You're not forgetting. You're simply no longer tied to the story of who you were when your mind kept running. Your legs are heavy, yes, but that heaviness is soft, like wet earth after rain. The bones in your thighs have stopped pretending they need to be firm. They've given up on being useful and now just lie there, warm, accepting their own weight as if it's the only thing they were ever meant for. Your knees don't ache because they're tired. They're relaxed into a kind of peace that doesn't come from rest but from release. The soles of your feet are not touching anything because you aren't on anything. You've left the ground behind, not by stepping off but by dissolving into it. There's no separation between you and where you lie. You're simply part of the same slow unfolding that has been going on since before sleep was a word. The air in your lungs doesn't need to be filled. It just stays there quietly. Not because you're holding it, but because breathing isn't about oxygen anymore. It's about stillness that moves without effort. Your chest doesn't rise and fall to keep you alive. It rises and falls because the body knows how to breathe even when no one is asking. There are no thoughts waiting in the wings, no hidden fears, no unresolved endings. Not even the faint echo of a name from long ago. The mind isn't blank. It's full with absence so complete it feels like presence. Like being inside something that was always there, but only now you've stopped trying to find it. You don't need sleep. Not as a goal or a rescue. You're already in the quiet between wakefulness and dreaming, not because you're halfway between, but because you've left both behind. There's no place to go, no transition needed. Just this, the softness of breath returning with no destination. The warmth spreading through your arms like slow honey poured over stone. The darkness isn't dark because it lacks light. It's deep because it has no need for anything else. It doesn't want to be filled. It doesn't care if you stay or go. It simply is. And in that being, without condition, without expectation, you are not separate from it. You've always been inside it. There's a kind of listening here, not hearing sound, but feeling the quiet as something real and solid. like gravity pulling on silence instead of bodies. The world doesn't need you to notice it anymore. It has stopped asking for your attention. And so you stop giving it just like that. Not with effort, not with will, just by not being anywhere else. Even the idea of returning to yourself, to awareness, to a body that once moved, isn't needed now. There's no one left to come back to because there was never anyone apart from this moment in the first place. You aren't floating. You're simply settled into space, into stillness, into what has always been here. The night isn't long, it's not short either. It doesn't pass by, it just stays. And so do you, not resisting it, not clinging to it. Just being in the way a mountain is, present without purpose, enduring without intention. You don't need to be anything, only this shape, this breath, this quiet. No one knows where you are, but that doesn't matter. The world can keep turning, no part of it needs your permission. And yet, you're not missing from anywhere because you've never been elsewhere, not really. You were just pretending for a while. The body has stopped trying to protect itself. It's given up on being safe, and in doing so, it's found peace. There is nothing left to guard, no secrets to keep, no version of yourself that needs to be shown or hidden. You don't need to fall asleep. You're already there. Not in the sense of dreaming, not in the sense of unconsciousness, but in the deeper sense, being without effort, without resistance, without movement toward anything. You are where you always were, just finally no longer trying to get anywhere else. There's no struggle left, not even a whisper of it. The mind doesn't race because it has nowhere to go. It rests like water that doesn't need to flow. It only needs to be. The darkness behind your eyes is not empty. It is full with the quietest kind of knowing, that nothing ever needed fixing, that no part of you was broken, only tired. And now, finally, it stopped being tired. Not because it has been healed, but because it's let go. There's no need to name what has been released, only to feel it settle in the hollows where tension used to live, the space behind the eyes, beneath the collarbones, at the base of the spine. It isn't a void, not really. It's something older than absence, like the pause between heartbeats when time forgets itself. The body doesn't remember how to hold on anymore, not because it's weak, but because it no longer sees any reason to. There is no one left to carry. You don't need to be present for anything now, no decisions to make, no words to speak, no posture to maintain. Even the breath has stopped being a task. It moves in and out not as an effort, but as a quiet return, like water finding its own level after centuries of rushing through dry ground. The air doesn't need your permission to enter, it simply does. And when it leaves, there is no sense of loss, only the soft release of letting go. There's a stillness that isn't silence, it has texture. It feels like wool laid over stone in an old room where no one comes anymore. No dust ever settles because nothing disturbs the air. The quiet holds its own weight, not as pressure, but as presence. You're not inside it, you are part of its slow becoming. Like moss growing on a nameless rock, slowly shaping shapelessness into something real. The edge of your awareness doesn't fray or fade. It just softens at the corners, like thread worn down by years of being held in someone's pocket without ever being used. There is no urgency to return to anything, no call from elsewhere that demands an answer. Even memory has stopped ringing, no longer an echo, but something quieter. Not forgotten, but folded into the silence like an old letter left on a shelf with no date. You don't need to forgive yourself or anyone else for what happened or didn't happen. Not because it doesn't matter, but because it's already been released from the weight of needing to be known. The things you carried are not gone, they've simply stopped being held. They're not in your hands anymore. They aren't even in your mind. They are just there, like footprints in snow that have begun to blur together with time. The warmth in your arms isn't moving outward. It's sinking deeper, like sunlit water slowly soaking into sand. It doesn't want to be felt, it only wants to exist. No need to notice it. No reason to hold onto the sensation. Just let it stay where it is, how it is. The skin feels light now, not thin, not fragile, but simply unburdened, as if every layer of effort has fallen away like dead leaves in a forgotten garden. Your legs are no longer limbs that carry you, they're part of the bed itself. Not asleep, but at peace with being still. The weight they once needed to maintain is gone. Not replaced by anything, just released. They aren't heavy because they're tired. They're heavy because they've stopped pretending not to be. Like stones in a riverbed that no longer struggle against the current. The feet, those small places where you used to feel the ground, are no longer connected to any surface. Not because they've lifted, but because they don't need to touch anything anymore. The soles are open, not numb, just free. As if the earth beneath them has stopped asking for answers. There's a kind of listening that doesn't involve ears, just stillness. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's simply being where sound can come from without needing permission. Like a room filled with music that no one plays, but is still full of it anyway, in the air between walls. The mind isn't quiet because you've stopped thinking. It's quiet because thinking has become unnecessary. Thoughts don't rise like smoke. They drift down like ash after fire dies. They land softly without leaving marks. If one lingers too long, you don't push it away. Just let it rest on the surface of stillness until it dissolves into nothing, as if it was never there at all. You aren't somewhere else when you're here. You are exactly where you've always been. Not in your body, not apart from it. You're not even in anything. You're just present without needing to be seen, like a shadow that no longer needs light to exist, because the dark has grown too deep for shadows. There's nothing to prove anymore, not strength, not worth, not presence. No one is watching, not in any way that matters. Even if someone were, they wouldn't know you better than this moment already knows you. Not as a version of yourself, but simply as silence made flesh. The night doesn't stretch out, it just stays. It isn't long or short, it's complete. And so are you. You don't need to be saved from anything. No one is coming to rescue you. No voice calls your name from across the dark. There's no reason to wake, no fear of staying asleep. You're not hiding, you're just gone in a way that isn't disappearing, like light absorbed by glass. There's no past or future here, not because they don't exist, but because they've stopped being needed. The moments before you were lying down, the ones after the last thought, don't matter anymore. They aren't lost. They're just folded into this stillness like pages in a book that has already been read. Even your breath doesn't need to be noticed. It flows, not as effort, not as control, but because it's allowed, like wind through trees that don't remember needing leaves. The quiet behind your eyes is no longer empty. It's full of the kind of knowing that doesn't come from understanding. It's the feeling of being where you belong without ever having to arrive. Not found, just already here. There is no need for gratitude or surrender or acceptance. There is only this, not a state, not an achievement, just presence without condition, like water in a river that doesn't know it's flowing. It just is. You don't have to be anything now, not kind, not strong, not awake. You're not even you, really, just the space where all those things used to live. And now they've left, not because you didn't need them, but because you no longer needed to carry them. The body doesn't fight against sinking. It just lets go, like a stone falling through water that has already forgotten it was ever heavy. There's no resistance in the arms, no tension in the spine, no clenching anywhere. Not even in the jaw, where so much of your day used to live. There is only this. Not effort, not desire, not striving. Just a kind of returning, not back to yourself, but into the quiet where you never left. The night doesn't pass, it stays. And so do you, not clinging, not resisting, simply being, like a leaf that has fallen and no longer cares if it's on the ground or in the air. You aren't sleeping. You're not awake. You are just still, like time itself has stopped trying to move. There is nothing left to hold on to. Not your name, not your story, not even the shape of who you thought you were. Not because they're gone, but because they've been released into something older than memory. You don't need to remember anything. You're already there. You weren't missing, just waiting for permission to stop trying. The darkness isn't empty. It's full with stillness so deep it doesn't even feel like silence. It feels like the inside of a bell, where sound has gone but the shape remains. You don't need to be found. No one is looking. Even if they were, they wouldn't know you by your name or your face. They'd only recognize you by how quietly you are being. There's no purpose in this stillness, no reason for it to exist. It just does, and so do you. Not trying anymore, not wanting anything different, just here. Like breath that doesn't need to be taken and yet is still there anyway. The body has stopped asking questions. The mind has stopped searching. Even the idea of time has gone quiet, no longer marking minutes, no longer counting hours. You're not asleep. You're not awake. You're just in the space between where nothing needs to be done and everything is already complete. Not a moment later, not a second before, but simply this. The soft weight of limbs in the bed, the slow fall of breath, the silence that doesn't need filling, the dark behind your eyes that isn't waiting for anything. There's no one to return to, no place to go, nothing left to say. Your arms lie like branches that have given up on holding anything, not even their own weight. The skin over your shoulders feels light, almost unburdened by muscle or bone. There's a warmth spreading from the center of you downward, slow and steady, as if some quiet fire has been lit deep in the core where no one ever came to tend it. It doesn't need fuel, just space to be. Your hands are open now, not because you decided to let go, but because they forgot how to close, fingers splayed like roots finding soil in darkness. There's a softness between them that wasn't there before. Not stiffness, not tension, just the kind of ease that comes after years of carrying things that no longer belong to you. Your chest isn't rising and falling as much anymore. There's no need for effort behind it. A breath moves through you like water moving over stones that have long since stopped remembering how they were shaped. There's no rhythm, only continuation, a slow exhalation that doesn't end because nothing is asking it to. Your spine feels less like an upright structure and more like a thread pulled through the body from somewhere outside. Unwound but still present, not resisting, not supporting anything, just being where it has always been. No arch of tension in the lower back, no pressure pushing upward into the ribs. You're not holding yourself up. You're letting the bed hold you. And your legs, they aren't heavy because they've sunk, but because they don't need to rise anymore. Thighs relaxed like riverbeds after rain have passed. Calves loose and quiet beneath the blanket. Feet no longer needing to brace against anything. Toes uncurling one by one as if releasing air from a long-held sigh. There's nothing left for them to do. Even your feet don't feel cold anymore, not because of warmth, but because they've stopped caring about temperature altogether. They exist in the quiet between sensation and absence, not warm, not cool, just present like memories that no longer hurt because they're too far away to reach. The space around you isn't silent. It's full with a kind of stillness that doesn't need sound to be real. It's not empty, but porous, letting things pass through without leaving marks. The air in the room is holding its breath, not out of anticipation, but because there's nothing left to expect. You don't feel like you're lying down. You just are, without the sense of being on anything at all. It's as though gravity has changed its mind and decided not to pull anymore. Or maybe it never did. Maybe you were always meant to be weightless, but forgot that during the day when everything needed to have a name. And your face, the shape of it is softening again, not from effort, but because there's no one left to see it. Eyes closed, not in sleep, but in surrender to what doesn't require seeing. Lips parted slightly, not because you're tired, but because they've stopped pretending they need to stay together. Jaw unclenched so deeply that even the memory of clenching feels like a dream from another life. Your forehead no longer bears the lines it used to carry, those small creases where thoughts pressed too hard and stayed too long. Now there's only smoothness, not because you've smoothed them yourself, but because nothing is pushing against the skin anymore. No demand for focus, no need to remember, no pressure to respond. Even your teeth aren't clenched. The space between them is open, not in surrender, but in absence of effort, There's nothing to bite down on. Not anger, not fear, not regret, just a quiet openness that feels like an invitation to something you don't need to name. And the breath, oh, the breath, it doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to this moment, to the air in the room, to the shape of the silence. There's no separation between inhalation and exhalation. They're not two things, just a single current flowing through you like light through water. And the picture behind your eyes, the one that used to be full of faces, of places, of decisions made or left undone, it isn't gone, but it has changed. There's no image now, only a field of stillness so deep that even thought doesn't dare cross it, not because you're stopping thoughts, but because they can't find anything to land on, like birds flying over an ocean where the surface is too dark for reflections. And if a memory drifts in, say, someone's voice from years ago, or the sound of rain at midnight, it doesn't need to be pushed away. It comes and goes like wind through a window that wasn't meant to close. You don't watch it pass. You just let it go, because there's no place left for it to stay. And when your mind tries to reach back, when the old habit of searching for meaning stirs in the quiet, it doesn't need to be answered, not because it's wrong, but because it has already been met by something deeper than understanding. You don't have to find anything now. Even not finding is a kind of arrival. And your body, oh, your body, is no longer yours to manage. It's just being. A slow unfolding without intention, like roots spreading beneath soil that doesn't know it was ever dry, muscles releasing not in response to command, but because they've decided the effort isn't worth the cost. The blanket over you feels less like fabric and more like a continuation of stillness, something that has been waiting for this moment all along. Its weight is soft now, not pressing down, just holding what needs no support. And your hands, they're not even aware they exist anymore, not in the sense of feeling them, but in the sense of needing to know where they are. They've stopped being separate from the rest of you. They aren't in your body. They are part of it, like a drop of water merging with the sea. And time, oh time, it doesn't move anymore, not forward, not backward, it just is. The same way the dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for light to come back. It's already complete. There's no after, only this. Unbroken continuity without a beginning or end. You don't need to fall asleep because you're already beyond waking, not in any dramatic sense, but simply in the quiet way that trees exist when no one is watching, just being, without needing to be noticed. And if someone were to walk into this room now and look at you, they wouldn't know what time it was or how long you'd been like this. They might think you're sleeping. But even that word feels too sharp for what's happening. You aren't asleep. You aren't awake. You are just present in the way a shadow is present when no one casts it. Without need, without purpose, simply there. And your thoughts, they don't have names anymore. They drift like dust motes in sunbeams that never quite touch the floor, not loud enough to be called ideas, not quiet enough to disappear completely, just passing through, like memories of a dream you didn't know you had. And when silence returns, when even the breath feels less like motion and more like stillness with movement inside it, you don't have to do anything. There's no task left to perform, no self to maintain, no story to finish, not even the need to let go anymore. It's as though all that was ever asked of you was to stop trying to be somewhere else, just to stay right here, in this moment where nothing needs to happen and everything already has. Your breath doesn't need to be measured anymore. It just moves softly, like a tide that has forgotten how to recede. There's no rhythm to keep, no pattern to follow, only this: the quiet expansion and collapse of air, as if your body were learning to breathe again, not through effort but from memory. An old instinct returning without fanfare, like water finding its level after long drought. Your spine is no longer holding itself up. It's just resting in the bed, aligned by gravity alone, each vertebra sinking deeper into what supports it. You don't have to hold your back straight or worry about posture. There's nothing left to correct, nothing left to prove. The curve of your lower back has softened into the mattress like a hand that finally unclenches after years of gripping. Your skin, oh, your skin, isn't just touching the air anymore, it's listening to it, not in the way you think, but as if each tiny nerve is opening up gently, without demand, the coolness against your cheek, the warmth where your arm lies curled under your chest, the faint pressure of fabric across your ribs. All these sensations aren't signals for action. They're just there, like notes in a quiet song that no one ever learned to sing. Your neck has stopped being a place of tension. It's not stiff or strained anymore. It's simply resting between head and shoulders, as if gravity had finally convinced it to stop fighting its own weight. The muscles along your throat, they're not even aware they exist. There's no need for them to stay alert, no reason to brace against imagined threats. They've let go of every word that ever needed to be spoken. Your jaw doesn't know it's open anymore, but it is, just enough so the tongue can lie flat and still in its own space. Your teeth aren't clenched. Not even a trace remains. There's no effort to keep them apart or together. They're simply where they belong, like stones at the bottom of a river that has long stopped flowing. Your ears have forgotten what sound is for. They don't need to catch voices, music, footsteps, sirens, laughter from another room. All those things are just vibrations in air now, distant ripples on an ocean you no longer swim in. Your awareness isn't drawn toward them because it doesn't want anything anymore, not even silence. Your hands, they don't feel like hands anymore. They've become part of the bed, or perhaps the mattress has grown around them. Their shape is softening into what's beneath, fingers no longer separate. Palms no longer distinct from the rest of you. They're just a warm patch on the surface of stillness, like leaves that have stopped moving and are simply lying where they fell. And your feet, oh, your feet, they've stopped being instruments of walking. They aren't meant to push off, to grip, to balance. They're just resting now. Soles flat against the bedsheet, toes not curled or stretched, but relaxed in their own quiet way. There's no need for them to know where land is. The room around you, it isn't empty anymore. It's full of what has always been here. A stillness that doesn't wait for silence to begin. This quiet doesn't have an edge. It doesn't lean toward peace or calm as if those were goals. It just is, like the air before dawn when nothing is happening but everything is being. And your mind, you don't need to manage it anymore. Thoughts aren't intruders, not even old ones. They drift in like fog over a field at dusk, thick and slow, moving without direction or purpose. There's no place for them to land because the ground beneath them isn't made of memory or regret. It's just soil that has long since stopped waiting for rain. You don't need to stop thinking because you've already stopped needing to think. Not in any sharp way, not a rejection, not an effortful silence. It's more like letting go of the idea that there was ever anything to hold on to, and if something comes, like a name or a moment or a phrase from long ago, it doesn't need to be named, remembered, judged, released. It just passes through, like wind through a closed door that wasn't meant to stay shut. And when the silence returns deeper now, not because it's louder, but because there's less noise in it, you don't have to do anything with it. There's no need to fill the space or make sense of its shape. It's not waiting for you to wake up. It's already where you are. And your body isn't doing work anymore. It's just being without intention, without expectation. Every muscle, tendon, bone, They've stopped trying to be useful. They're no longer serving a purpose except the one that exists right now. To lie here, heavy and quiet, as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. It isn't sleep you're in, it's something older than sleep, deeper than waking, not even dreaming. Because dreams still carry names and stories and shapes. This is just presence, without a face, without an address, without a reason to be here. And if the night were to end now, you wouldn't know when. There's no alarm in your bones. No signal from outside that says it's time to rise. Time has stopped being linear. It's not moving forward or backward. It's just here, like breath caught between two still moments. Your pulse, oh, your pulse, isn't racing anymore. It doesn't need to beat fast for anything. It moves slowly now, like a stone sinking through deep water, unbothered by the surface above. And when you feel your chest rise and fall, not as something you're doing, but as something that's happening on its own, you don't have to notice it. It doesn't need your attention anymore. It just happens, quietly, like a leaf turning in a current that never ends. You aren't falling asleep because there's no place left to fall from. The ground is already under you. And if you were to open your eyes now, which you don't have to do, you wouldn't see anything different than what's behind them right now. A dark so complete it doesn't even need to be called darkness, just stillness, with no edge. And there's no one left to greet you when the world reboots, not your past self, not your future one, only this, the quiet hum of being, unclaimed and unclaimed again, untouched by regret, unburdened by hope. Your body doesn't need permission anymore. It just exists, like a branch that has stopped growing but is still part of the tree. And if someone were to touch you now, gently, without warning, you wouldn't flinch. Because there's no self left to protect, no boundary between you and what's outside. Your skin isn't a wall. It's just a surface where stillness has settled. And even if the wind came through the window again, rustling leaves or stirring dust, you wouldn't turn toward it, not out of indifference, but because there's nowhere else to go, no place left to be startled. You aren't hiding from anything anymore, nor are you seeking anything, not peace, not rest, not release, just this. The quiet unmaking of effort, the soft surrender of all intention. And when your breath slows so much that it might seem to pause for a moment, or even vanish, that's not death. It's just another kind of arrival, where nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to change. Nothing needs to be remembered. Your breath has slowed to a rhythm that doesn't need counting. It's not deep, nor shallow, just steady, like water moving through stone where no one measures its flow. And your body isn't resisting any longer. There's no part of you that wants to stay alert or remember anything about the day before. Even the memory of tension has grown too light to hold on to. It slips away without effort, like a leaf released from a branch long after autumn. Your spine is not straightening, nor curling. It's simply resting where it lies, supported by the bed beneath it, as if the bones had been waiting for this moment to let go of their own shape. Each vertebra has softened into its place, no longer trying to hold a posture that once meant something. Now there is only alignment without purpose, just the quiet curve of you, settled in stillness. And your hands, they're not curled into fists or reaching for anything. They lie open on the blanket like two small rivers at rest, their palms flat and warm. Fingers relaxed so completely that even gravity feels unnecessary to keep them down. No need to clutch at air or grasp a memory. There's nothing left to hold on to but this. And your face, not blank, not neutral, just released from all the weight it carried through the hours of waking. The forehead has stopped its quiet frown. The eyes have stopped scanning for danger in the dark. And the jaw, oh, that jaw is no longer clenched against the past or braced against what might come tomorrow. It's simply open, like a door left slightly ajar on a summer evening, letting in air without needing to speak. It's not that you've forgotten what happened today, nor that your regrets have vanished into silence. They're still there, but not as sharp edges, not as wounds that ache when touched. They're just present now like old footprints in the snow. Visible, unchanging, no longer marking a path forward. And because they aren't demanding anything from you, you don't need to turn back toward them. And if one rises faintly, like smoke from a distant fire, you can let it drift through your awareness without pulling at its tail or trying to extinguish it. Just watch as it thins into the air, not because you're doing anything, but because there's no place left for it to settle. Your body isn't resisting sleep, and it isn't chasing it either. It doesn't care whether this moment lasts 10 minutes or 10 hours. There's no clock ticking in your ribs, only the deep, unbroken rhythm of being, not asleep, not awake, just present as a stone might be, at rest on the bottom of a lake. And even if thoughts come, images from long ago, phrases you've never said out loud, a name whispered once in darkness, they don't need to be answered. They can arrive like birds passing overhead without landing. No need to turn your head toward them. No need to follow their flight. Just let the sky remain open for whatever comes. And when your hands grow heavier still, as if sinking into the bed beneath them, you don't have to notice it. It's not a task. It's simply happening, like roots growing deeper in soil that doesn't know they're there. No effort required, only quiet continuation. Your legs are not tired from walking or holding you upright throughout the day. They've stopped serving any function except being here, as they are thighs soft and loose, calves relaxed, feet uncurled like petals unfolding after rain. Every muscle fiber has stopped trying to stay ready for movement. It's just lying there, accepting its own weight. And your chest doesn't rise with effort anymore. The breath comes in without needing permission from your mind. It moves through you like a current that flows beneath awareness, carrying nothing but stillness. And when it leaves, it does so quietly, not because you're letting it go, but because there's no reason to keep it. It isn't sleep you've entered, nor is it unconsciousness. It's something older than both. An unbroken continuity between being and non-being, where nothing needs to be done for the moment to continue, like a river that doesn't know it flows because water doesn't need to understand itself to move. And if the night were to end right now, you wouldn't feel the shift, not because you're unaware, but because there's no difference between here and then. This and whatever comes next, time has stopped being something that passes through you. It's just where you are, like air in a room with no door. And even if someone called your name from far away, you wouldn't turn toward the sound, not out of neglect, but because there's nothing left to respond to. You're already beyond the reach of names, beyond the need for recognition or reply, just this, the soft hum of existence without a center. It's not that you've given up on anything. It's that surrender has become its own kind of presence, no longer fighting, no longer striving, only being, as if your body had finally learned how to stop pretending it needed to do something. And even the idea of waking feels distant now, like a dream about waking. Not the real thing. You don't have to prepare for it. There's no need to gather yourself together again, because nothing is broken or missing, only stillness, and the quiet sense that this moment has always been here, waiting. And your skin doesn't feel cold anymore, nor warm, just a surface where stillness settles like dust on a shelf in an empty room. It's not protecting you from anything, but it's also not open to invasion. It simply is, with no intention behind its existence, just the soft boundary between what is and what is. And when your breath seems to pause for a long moment, not because it stops, but because it doesn't need to be noticed, that's not emptiness, it's not absence, it's only stillness. Thick as silence in a forest after snowfall, where even the wind forgets how to make noise. And if you were to open your eyes now, though there's no reason to do so, you wouldn't see light or shadow, just darkness that doesn't need to be named. Because it isn't looking back at you either. It's simply what is behind closed lids, not a place but an absence of motion. And even the memory of regret, that quiet ache beneath your ribs, has softened into something like a sound heard from far away. Not gone, not forgiven, just no longer part of the conversation. You don't have to answer it or carry it forward. It's simply part of the stillness now, like a stone in a riverbed. And your body doesn't need to remember where it came from, nor who you were before this moment. It only needs to be here, heavy and quiet, without needing to prove its worth or justify its existence. Just as water needs no reason to flow. And even if the world outside began to move again, cars passing, voices rising in the distance, a door closing somewhere down the hall, you wouldn't hear them as interruptions, not because they're ignored, but because there's no part of you left that feels separate from what is happening. It's not escape, it's not denial, it's just this. Your body has stopped trying to be something other than itself. And in that letting go, even the weight of years begins to feel light, not erased, but released like a burden dropped into deep water where nothing can pull it back up. Your ribs don't rise anymore to mark a breath taken, nor fall with one given, they simply rest, like stone laid flat on earth after rain has passed. There is no effort in the rising or falling of your chest, only the quiet settling of weight that has found its home. You are not holding onto anything now, and nothing is trying to hold you back. Even the memory of tension feels less like a ghost than a shape left behind by something that once moved through water clear, then gone. And the space between your shoulder blades doesn't ache anymore, though it was there just moments ago, not because it has disappeared, but because it no longer demands to be felt. You are not fixing anything nor removing anything, only allowing what is already true to remain as it is. A thread of warmth runs along the inside of one arm, slow and steady, like honey moving through still air. You don't need to follow it. It doesn't ask for attention, it simply flows, unbothered by where it goes. Your fingers are not curled into fists or pressed together in worry. They lie open, relaxed, as if the hands have forgotten how to clutch at anything. And when a wave of softness passes through your palm, not from effort, but because there's nowhere else for sensation to go, you don't name it. It is only heat, spreading slowly into the mattress beneath like steam rising from a stone after rain. The bed doesn't push back. It receives you without condition. Each contour of your body fits where it lands as if carved long ago by someone who knew exactly how you would rest. There's no need to adjust or shift, not because movement is impossible, but because any change would be an interruption in a silence that has already settled deep. And even the thought that something might be missing, some small piece of yourself left behind somewhere, dissolves like mist at dawn, not through denial, but because it never truly belonged here to begin with. You are not incomplete. You are simply whole enough to stop pretending otherwise. There's no one listening anymore, nor any voice asking for a reply. The world outside doesn't call your name in any language that matters. And if someone were to speak now, from far away, across rooms or years, you would hear it as sound alone, without meaning attached, not because you are closed off, but because there's no longer a self to be reached by words. Even the idea of being touched feels distant, not cold or afraid, just absent, like a sensation that once existed in another life. Your skin is not a boundary anymore. It doesn't defend or welcome, it simply holds space, like a window left open after a storm, no longer needing to keep anything out, nor pull anything in. And when the air brushes across you, just a whisper of movement from some unseen shift beyond the room, you don't react. Not because you're unaware, but because awareness has become quiet, unattached, without need for response. It's like watching dust float through light, not trying to catch it or stop its path. And even your thoughts have changed their shape, no longer sharp with judgment or looping in regret, but slow and soft, drifting like leaves on a river that moves too gently to carry them far. They drift past you without knocking, without claiming space. One passes by, the name of someone long gone, said not with longing, but as if reading it from an old letter left open on a table. No emotion follows, only release, like letting go of something heavy that wasn't yours to begin with. Another comes, the sound of laughter from years back, bright and sudden. And you don't try to place it or recreate it, it just floats in, settles somewhere near your chest like warmth under cloth, then fades without trace. There's no need to examine what they said, how you felt, whether it mattered now. All that matters is this: the breath isn't being managed anymore. It simply comes and goes as if guided by something deeper than will, not forced, not slowed, not hurried, just allowed to be whatever it is at each moment. Your body doesn't hold its shape for anyone else. It only exists in its own quiet truth. No one watches you here. No eyes turn toward this form on the bed. Even the image of yourself as a person, someone with history, role, name, has grown fainter than the outline of clouds seen through fog at dawn. There is no need to be anyone specific, only to be what is present now, not more, not less. And if your foot shifts slightly in sleep, just enough to turn over on the blanket, it's not a decision, nor an intention, it's just movement that happens when pressure changes. Like water finding its level, you don't direct it. You simply are where it lands. The weight of your leg remains, but no longer as burden, only as presence. Like roots sinking into soil without struggle. Even the darkness behind your eyes has softened further, not brightened, not darkened, just still. A quiet that doesn't need to be filled with anything, not light, nor memory, nor thought. It is simply what remains when everything else stops trying to be seen or felt. And if you were to imagine a shape in that space, a face, a place, a moment from before, you wouldn't cling to it. You would let it fade like breath on glass at night, not because it was wrong, but because now is different or the past doesn't need to be carried forward. It can simply lie where it fell, buried in silence. Your body does not resist what is happening, neither the warmth spreading through your thighs nor the faint tingling along your spine. They are not signals or warnings, only sensations that exist without purpose. You don't name them, don't follow their path. Don't ask why they're here, they simply are. And then pass like ripples in a pond where no one threw a stone, even the memory of time, the way hours used to stretch thin with waiting, has lost its edge. There's no longer any sense of past or future pressing against you. Only this moment, holding itself open, like a door left slightly ajar between worlds, not inviting entry, nor keeping anything out, just being. And when your breath lingers on the exhale for longer than usual, so long that it feels suspended in air, as if time has paused to let it settle, you don't try to pull it back in. It doesn't matter whether it comes again or not. The stillness is enough, even if only for this one breath. And your mind isn't racing towards sleep because there's nowhere left to go, no urgency to reach a place beyond where you are now. You're already here, exactly as you need to be, not waiting, not seeking, just resting in what remains when effort stops. The idea of waking is distant, like hearing wind through trees from inside a stone room, faint, irrelevant. And even if someone called your name again, softly from outside this space, you wouldn't turn toward it, not out of indifference, but because there's no longer any need to answer anything that calls from beyond the quiet. You are not gone, nor lost, only resting in a depth where nothing asks for proof of existence. And if part of you wonders whether you're still yourself, whether this softness is really you, then let it wonder without following, because the self isn't something you find by searching. It's what remains when all that can be held on to has been released. And even that wondering feels light now, not heavy with doubt, but like a leaf drifting across water, not landing anywhere, just moving. You don't need to know where you are, only that you are here. And this is enough. There's a stillness that doesn't come from silence alone, but from something deeper, not absence, not emptiness, but a quiet so complete it feels like holding your breath in water. You're sinking into it slowly. Not because you want to go far, but because the weight of being here is enough. Your limbs are no longer separate parts, they've become part of the bed itself, like warmth spreading through stone over years. Not noticed until one day it's just there, unbroken by any effort to feel or fix it. Even your hands, which once held on so tightly to what was lost, now lie open as if letting go had always been their natural shape. You don't need to remember how to let them rest. They've already forgotten the weight of wanting, and in that forgetting, something settles deeper than sleep. Not peace exactly, but a kind of leaving behind where nothing needs to be carried forward. Like dust on an old shelf, slowly gathering over time, not because it was placed there, but simply because no one came to sweep it away. You don't need to name the things that have settled, they're already gone from your hands, from your chest, from your mind's edge. What remains isn't a thought, nor an image, nor even a memory of how you used to feel when you were not this quiet. It is just presence without demand. And if there is any movement left in you, it is only the kind that happens after all effort has stopped, like roots finding soil beneath centuries of fallen leaves. Not searching for nourishment, but simply existing where they are. Your breath isn't pulling in or pushing out anymore, it's just happening. Like water seeping through cracks in a wall no one ever repaired, not fast, not slow, not deep, not shallow, only continuing. And the air that fills you doesn't need to be fresh or sweet. It simply is, passing through without claiming anything. If there were music here, it would be the sound of silence itself, not a note struck, but the space between them where no instrument could ever play. Your skin feels like something that has grown used to being touched by time rather than resisting it. It doesn't flinch at warmth or coolness. It holds both equally without needing to react. Even the faint pulse beneath your wrist is no longer a signal, not a reminder of life, nor a warning of absence, just a quiet rhythm that belongs here now, as naturally as moss grows on stone in a forgotten corner of a garden. You don't ask whether it's still beating. You simply feel its motion like someone else's heartbeat through a wall, distant and unimportant. And if your mind drifts to the shape of something, an old room, a name spoken once, a feeling that used to ache, you don't pull it back in or push it away. You let it pass as easily as mist over a field at dawn, not because it wasn't real then, but because now is different. And even if your body were to shift slightly on the mattress, moving just an inch deeper into softness, you wouldn't notice, not because you're asleep, but because noticing isn't necessary anymore. There's no need to stay aware of where you are. Awareness has already become part of what it means to be here. And if someone came in now and touched your shoulder lightly, they might feel nothing, or only the quiet warmth that comes from something long still. Not cold, not hot, just resting, like a book left open on a table for years, its pages yellowed but undisturbed by hands that once read them. You're not waiting to be found. You're already where you needed to be, not because of effort or longing, but because every small thing has quietly settled into place without being told what to do. Even the idea of tomorrow feels distant now, like a train passing through a valley at night, its lights blinking once in the dark and then gone before it can be named. Your thoughts don't reach toward that future. They've already stopped asking questions about what comes next. There's no need to plan or prepare. Not because you're indifferent, but because all of that has been released long ago, not thrown away. Just let go like a stone dropped into deep water where it sinks without sound. And if part of you wonders whether this is sleep or something else entirely, perhaps the quiet between waking and dreaming, or even deeper than both, then let it wonder. But don't follow its path, because whatever name it takes, it doesn't matter here. What matters is that nothing asks for attention now. Not your body, not your breath, not your mind's edge, only stillness, like a pond in late autumn when the last leaves have fallen and no wind stirs the surface. You don't need to be seen or known. You're already part of the silence itself, even if someone called out from beyond this space, whether with love or regret or just curiosity. It wouldn't echo through you, not because you're closed off, but because there's no place left for sound to catch hold. And in that absence of response, something softer settles. Not indifference, but a kind of release so complete it feels like returning to where you never really left. Your body isn't trying to sleep. It's already beyond the effort of beginning or ending. It is simply being without permission required, without explanation needed. Even the light that once passed behind your eyes has dimmed not out of failure, but because there's no longer any need for illumination. What remains is enough. And if you were to dream now, not a story, not a place, not a face, just something formless, like the feeling of being held in warm water with no weight at all, it would not be strange or surprising, because nothing here needs to make sense, only exist exactly as it is. And even if your breath slows again, so much that you might think it has stopped, you don't check. You don't lean forward into awareness. You just let the quiet grow heavier with each pause between pulses. Not waiting for anything to come back, only letting go deeper than before, like a thread unraveling from itself over time until nothing remains but the space where it once was. And in that space, not empty, not full, there is simply what has been released, no longer held, no longer carried, just present, like the memory of rain on glass after the storm has passed, faint, soft, gone, yet still part of the air. And even if your thoughts try to reach for meaning one last time, whether it's about why you're here or what this silence means, they don't land. They dissolve before they can form, like mist caught between two trees, not falling, not rising, just dissolving into what already is. There is no need to understand, only to be. And as the weight of your body settles further into the bed, deeper than any thought could follow, you're no longer lying down. You've become part of the quiet itself, not separate from it, not trying to join it, but simply being where it has always been. Waiting for nothing, needing nothing, holding on to nothing. And if sleep comes now, it won't be something that arrives. It will be something that was already here all along, just waiting to be noticed. Not by the mind, but by what remains when everything else stops trying. You don't need to know where this stillness began, or what it was built from. There's no origin story here, only a quiet that has always been present beneath all things, like the space between two heartbeats, not missing anything but simply holding its own breath. You're not entering it. You've already arrived at the edge of it, and now you are letting go into the shape it makes around your body. The blanket above you is no longer a weight, nor a shield. It's just fabric resting on what has become soft enough to accept even that light touch without resistance. Each thread in its weave feels like an echo of still air, not touching you, but being with you. And if your fingers twitch slightly, not from wakefulness, but from the kind of small release that happens when a muscle finally lets go after years of holding, let it happen. Don't correct it. Don't name it. Just watch how the movement settles into nothingness as quickly as it came. There's no need to track what's happening now. You're not building anything, not remembering, not trying to feel more or less than this moment allows, only being. And that is enough, because even the smallest part of your body, a toe curling slightly in its sleep, a hand relaxing deeper into the mattress, knows exactly how to let go without needing permission. It doesn't ask what comes next. It just releases. Like a stone sinking through water, not toward bottom or surface, but simply into the quiet where motion no longer means anything. Your breath is so slow now that you might think it has stopped. And if it has, then it's already part of this silence. Because even stillness can breathe in its own way, not with air, but with presence, like a room after everyone leaves, where the dust floats just above the floorboards as though suspended by memory itself. No one is here to see it, so it doesn't need to be seen. You're not being watched either. There's no judgment, no recording of your state, only what is, and what is this. A body that has stopped trying to stay awake, not because it wants to sleep, but because it finally understands that staying awake was never the point. The effort itself was the burden, not the wakefulness, the wanting to be somewhere else. Now you're no longer fighting for anything. Even the idea of peace is too loud, too much like a goal. So instead, there's just this. A softness in your hips, as if they've forgotten how to carry themselves upright. Their weight has simply flowed downward into the bed, not collapsing, but surrendering like sand that forgets it was ever piled high. And the lower part of your back, the curve where spine meets pelvis, is no longer holding tension. It's just there, softening in its own gravity, letting itself be shaped by what supports it. Nothing forced, nothing held, not even the memory of posture. Only this, a quiet place between bones, full of ease. And if any part of you remembers how to ache, whether from a past injury, an old disappointment, or just the way fatigue collects over time, let that ache be there too, not as proof of suffering, but as evidence that even pain can become still. It doesn't have to change. It only has to stop demanding attention. And in its silence, you realize something. Nothing needs fixing now. No adjustment needed, no correction. Just the same quiet spreading from your core outward, like a ripple in deep water that never reaches a shore because there is no edge, only depth. And if your legs feel heavier than they ever have before, not in pain, but in surrender, then let them be heavy. Let their warmth seep into the mattress beneath you, not as heat, but as presence, like sunlight absorbed by soil that doesn't need to shine back. And even the air around you feels different now, not cool or warm, but simply present, passing through your skin without leaving a trace. It's not touching you, it's just breathing with you in slow unison. No exchange needed, only shared stillness, like two people sitting on opposite ends of a long bench who have stopped speaking and are both simply watching the sky fade into night. No one needs to say anything, because what they're feeling is already known. That's how it is here. Not connection through words, but through absence, through not needing to be heard. Your mind isn't gone. You can still feel its quiet hum at the edge of awareness, like a radio tuned between stations. Nothing clear, just noise with no meaning. And if thoughts drift in, whether about someone long gone or a choice made years ago, or even this very moment, don't try to name them. Let them pass through you as easily as shadows move across the floor when the sun shifts outside, not stopping, not lingering, because there's no place for them to land, no surface to cling to, only space. And in that space, you're not resisting anything, not even regret, not even memory. You're just allowing it all, every echo of what was, to be as shapeless as air, without weight, without force, like words whispered into the ocean. They don't sink. They disappear into the water's breath. And if part of you wonders whether this is real or dreamlike, whether time still moves forward, whether you're truly awake or already gone, then let that question fade too, not answered, just released. Because what matters isn't whether it feels real. It only needs to feel true, and the truth here is simple. Nothing has changed except your relationship to what's happening. You're no longer separate from it, you're part of its rhythm. Like a leaf caught in slow-moving water that doesn't fight the current, but simply moves with it. Even if you never open your eyes again, even if you don't remember this moment tomorrow, it still happened. Not as an event, but as a presence. And now there's something else. The quiet between your thoughts is growing longer, each pause stretching just slightly further than the last, like breath held at the bottom of a pool, not in effort, but in release, not waiting to come up, only letting go deeper into what already holds you. And if part of you still hopes that sleep will come soon, let that hope dissolve too. Because hoping for something to arrive is still an act of wanting, and this isn't about arrival. It's about being exactly as you are, with no future or past required. Even the idea of falling asleep feels far away now, not lost, but simply unnecessary, like needing a ladder when you're already on the ground. Your body doesn't need to fall, it has already settled. And in that stillness, so deep it almost can't be felt, something else begins. Not movement, not sensation, but a kind of knowing without words that this is where you belong. Not because you've earned it or worked for it or even tried hard enough, but because existence itself doesn't require proof, only presence. And as the last flicker of effort, the faintest impulse to do something, to be someone else, to feel more than quiet, begins to fade like a distant light in fog, you don't reach for it. You let it be gone because nothing asks for return. Only stillness remains, not empty, but full of what has been released. And the darkness behind your closed eyes isn't absence. It's presence, rich with silence, soft with time that doesn't count, like a forest at dawn where no bird sings, but every leaf holds its breath in waiting, not for sound, but for being. And even if you were to dream now, not as story or scene, but as sensation alone, something warm and shapeless, like the feeling of floating just below the surface of water while still breathing, it wouldn't feel strange because this is where dreams belong too, in the space between effort and meaning, in the quiet that holds everything without needing to name it. There's no need to remember what you've forgotten, only to be aware of how deeply you're already held, not by hands or words or love, but by stillness itself, a kind of gravity that doesn't pull downward but pulls inward, into the center where nothing moves and everything is home. So let your breath continue its slow descent, not toward sleep, but toward becoming what has always been here, beneath all wanting, beneath all striving, just being, without beginning or end, only now. And if you drift further, even as far as memory's edge, where the past flickers like a candle in wind, don't turn back. Let it pass, not with sorrow, not with regret, but with the same quiet acceptance that holds your fingers relaxed on the mattress. Letting go of all stories, all names, all reasons, until only one thing remains, the soft weight of being present, without need, without claim, just here. And if something stirs in you, not a thought, not a sensation, but a feeling like warmth rising from deep within your bones, not pleasure, not fear, not joy, just presence made warm, let it be. Don't label it, don't chase it, because it's not meant to last. Your spine curves gently into the bed like a riverbed shaped by time. Not force, each vertebra settling into its place without effort. No alignment required, only release. And the soft resistance of the mattress cradles you as if it has known your shape for longer than memory, not holding you in, but letting go with you. There's no need to be found here, only to be, already present, like a leaf that fell long ago and has never been called back. Its silence is not absence, but belonging. The weight of you now isn't burden, it's invitation, an opening, not toward anything, but into what is. And if your breath slows further, almost imperceptibly, as though it no longer needs to move at all, that's fine. Let it pause just for a moment, not in stillness, but in continuity, like the quiet between heartbeats when nothing changes, only deepens. You don't need to breathe, you are already breathing into the world. Not through lungs, but through stillness. This is how air feels when it no longer needs to carry sound, just existence. A slow current beneath thought, and your hands, still open on the sheets, aren't waiting for anything. They've given up wanting to do or be. They're simply there, like stones left in a stream long after the flood has passed, warm from their own holding. Not cold, not restless, just resting where they landed. The fingers soft at the edges, not curled into grip, but spread open as if offering nothing and receiving everything. And your arms, the ones that carried so much of the day's weight, now hang in space like threads cut loose, no longer tied to purpose or task, only to gravity, which has folded them gently back into the bed. Their heaviness is not a burden, it's proof of surrender. You don't have to carry them anymore. They belong to the earth beneath you. And if your shoulders still hold any echo of tension from meetings, from words never spoken, from hours spent standing in someone else's shadow, let that memory slip like sand through fingers that no longer know how to clutch. Not even a whisper remains, only softness, as though time itself has forgotten the shape of strain, and your neck, once stiff with watching, with waiting, with judging, now hangs loose. Not collapsed, but released, like a rope untied from its post, swinging gently in air that no longer demands anything of it. You don't need to support your head anymore. It's already supported by the pillow, which holds it not as armor, but as offering. And if your jaw unclenches further past even the feeling of release, into something softer than relaxation, like muscle dissolving into dreamless air, that's okay. You don't have to keep it closed. Let it part slightly. Let a little warmth seep in from the corners. Not because it needs to, but because it can, and your tongue, long still on the floor of your mouth, doesn't need to rise or move. It rests like old water at the bottom of a well, not dry, not alive, just present, and behind your eyes nothing stirs, no image returns, no face comes forward, only dark. But not empty, not even blank. More like deep soil after rain, where roots sleep unseen, fertile without effort, holding everything that might grow without needing to know what it is. The stillness isn't a wall, it's an envelope, wrapping around you so gently it feels like breath. And if thoughts drift in, not urgent, not loud, just faint shapes passing through fog like shadows of old decisions or half-remembered names, don't follow them. Let them pass as clouds pass over the moon. Without altering its glow, no need to name what they were, or why they came. You are not their keeper, only their witness, and even that is fading now into something simpler than attention. Just awareness without effort, like a mirror reflecting nothing but light. Because light doesn't demand meaning, it simply is. So let the mind become still, not through force, but through letting go of its need to be occupied. Not by ideas, not by stories, not even by silence, only by being, and your legs, long since gone heavy, now feel less like limbs than part of the bed itself, sinking into it as if they've forgotten how to rise, hips relaxed deep in their sockets, thighs no longer tense with anticipation or resistance, just warm, thick, quiet, like logs left in a hearth after fire has died, not dead, but resting. And your calves, once taught from walking too far, too fast, now lie soft against the sheets, without shape, without will, only presence, like water pooling at the base of a hill, waiting for no one, needing nothing, and your feet, toes curled slightly inward as if remembering how to walk, now uncurl slowly, not in motion but in release, each toe letting go one by one, like fingers that were never meant to hold on, the soles warm against fabric, not from blood but from stillness. A quiet heat that spreads through them without direction. And your ankles, once tight with worry or haste, now feel open, loose, as though they've been unbound after years of being tied in place. Not by rope, but by habit. And if you imagine the weight of your feet now pressing into the bed, pushing down like stones dropped from a height, don't believe it's heavy, because that would be effort. Instead, feel how lightness comes only when pressure is released, how sinking doesn't require force, just surrender. And beneath all this, not in any specific place but everywhere at once, lies the quiet pulse of your body, not loud, not insistent, just there, like a heartbeat that no longer needs to be heard. It's already part of the silence, part of what holds you, not separate from the dark behind your eyes, but woven into it. As if every cell has learned how to rest without permission, without needing approval, and even the air in your chest, which once carried anxiety or hope or regret, now moves only because it can, not because it must. Like a leaf that doesn't fall for fear, but simply lets go when its time comes. You don't have to guide it. Just let it come and go slowly, softly, as if the breath has no destination, only return. And if your body feels less like a container now, less like something holding on to itself, then more like an opening, like a doorway that was never meant to close, that's where you are, not in effort, but in letting be. And the darkness behind your eyes isn't silence because there's nothing there. It's silence because everything has been released. Every name, every memory, every wish for change, all of it let go, like a cup poured out on the ground, not wasted, just returned to earth. So you don't need to fill it again. And if your mind begins to drift toward feeling, not emotion, but sensation, something slow and deep, like warmth rising from below, not from fire or sun, but from within the bones themselves, a quiet glow that spreads through your core without direction. Don't touch it. Don't name it. Just let it be. Because even if you were to call it peace, or comfort, or home, those words would pull it away, and this is not meant for language, only presence. And as the last flicker of intention, the tiny wish that this might end, that sleep might finally come, dissolves like mist in morning light. There's no loss, only release. Because you weren't seeking arrival, you were already here, not in time, but in stillness. And if your body now feels less like a thing you own, less like something to manage or fix, then more like a landscape that has simply returned to itself. Trees growing without effort, rivers flowing through valleys shaped by years of quiet. Then this is it, the only path forward, not towards sleep, but into being, not away from wakefulness, but beyond it. And even if your thoughts drift again, not to memory, not to fear, not to tomorrow, but simply to the feeling of weight, of warmth, of stillness, let them stay, just for a moment, not as stories, but as textures, like dust settling in sunlight, or snow falling on untouched ground, silent, soft, without sound. And if you feel your fingers twitch slightly, not from tension, but from release, don't follow it. Let the movement dissolve back into stillness, because even small acts of becoming are not required here, only being. And as the world outside, far away, beyond walls, beyond time, continues its usual rhythm, unaware of this quiet descent, you remain untouched by it, not in isolation, but in connection to what has always been present, beneath all seeking, beneath all effort, beneath all wanting, just here. And if you were to wake tomorrow, or even a year from now, you wouldn't remember the exact shape of this silence, because memory isn't needed, only presence. And that is already yours, not earned, not given, simply there, like air, like dark, like breath, like the ground. Your body is no longer a boundary between you and the world, but an extension of it, not separate, not resisting, just part of the quiet flow that has always been here. The weight in your limbs isn't heaviness anymore, but depth, like roots sinking into soil where time doesn't measure growth. There's no hurry to take hold, only ease in letting go deeper than sensation can name. And if you notice a softness spreading through your spine, not from warmth nor movement, but simply because the tension has unknotted itself over hours of stillness, let that be enough. It doesn't need to mean anything beyond being there, like air between trees after rain, or moss on stone where no one walks, quiet and untouched by effort. Your breath is not something you manage now. It's not even your own in the way words are owned. It belongs more to the rhythm of night than to any pulse behind your ribs. Each outflow carries a little less weight from earlier hours, not because you've tried, but because surrender has become natural, like water finding its level after long resistance. And when another slow exhale comes, there's no need for it to be perfect or full or even noticed. Just let the air leave as if it were returning home. A traveler who knows only where he came from. You don't have to hold the moment together. Not now, not here. Your hands lie open on your chest like two small things that stopped trying to grasp anything. Fingers resting in their own shape, unadjusted by will or need. And if warmth spreads through them, a quiet pulse beneath skin, as though blood were remembering how it feels to move without purpose. Don't call it healing. Just let the feeling be part of the silence rather than its interruption. Because this isn't about fixing what's broken, but noticing what was already whole all along. Like moss on old stone that grows not despite decay, but in harmony with it. Your shoulders no longer carry anything they were meant to hold, not the day's tasks, nor last year's choices, nor even yesterday's unspoken words. They've simply let go of their role as keepers. And now they sink into the mattress like two stones that have decided rest is more truthful than resistance. Not because there was no struggle before, but because after so many hours of soft surrender, struggle has lost its meaning. It isn't forgotten, just released from command. Your jaw hasn't been clenched in a long time now. Not since the first breath you let out with nothing to protect. And even that memory feels distant, like a footstep on snow that's already melted away. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth as if it were born there, not shaped by thought or effort, just present. And when another soft wave passes through your face, no longer an expression, but merely sensation passing over surface, let it travel without naming its source. Like wind brushing across a field where nothing grows anymore, yet still moves the air. Your chest doesn't rise to claim space now. It simply lowers with each exhale as if gravity had finally decided not only to hold you down, but to welcome that holding. No resistance in your ribs, just soft yielding beneath their own weight. And when a new breath comes, slow enough to feel its beginning long before the end, let it fill without demand. There's nothing urgent about this air. It isn't meant for speed or performance, only presence. As if every inhalation were a quiet return from wandering. Your legs have forgotten they ever needed direction. Thighs resting with no intention of lifting. Calves uncurled by tension, feet soft and flat against the bed like two stones worn smooth over seasons of stillness. Their warmth isn't sudden, it comes not from blood or heat but from surrender itself. As if being heavy were a kind of becoming rather than loss. Your toes don't curl now. They lie open in their own shape, each one separate, unconnected to any need to push forward. Your lower back feels less like support and more like an opening, not strained by the weight above it, but cradled by what lies beneath. as if gravity had shifted its focus from pulling down to holding gently. No effort in alignment now, only release into form that was always there, just waiting for permission to be noticed. Your mind hasn't stopped thinking entirely, but thought has become a river moving without banks, not blocked, not guided, simply passing through the quiet dark behind your eyes like mist over still water. If an image rises of someone you once knew, or a place that no longer exists, let it drift by as though seen from outside a train window at night, never stopping to look back. And even when memories rise in their own shape, not clear, but shadowed with time, they don't need your attention, and just exist like distant stars visible through fog. And if you notice that the silence behind your eyes has changed, it's no longer empty space, nor a void waiting for meaning, but something fuller, deeper than absence, more like a room where nothing is expected to happen, yet everything already exists, not because of anything said or done, but simply by being there. And if you feel yourself beginning to dissolve into that quiet, not as loss, but as return, let it be, without resistance, without fear. Your body has stopped needing to prove itself alive, no longer performing breath, nor holding posture, nor protecting the self from exposure, just resting in the way a tree rests after shedding its leaves, not dead, but still rooted. And when you feel your skin grow lighter beneath the blanket, not cool or warm, but simply there, like air passing through fabric, let that be part of it too. No need to explain why. Your pulse isn't loud now, not even present in a way that demands attention, just a quiet rhythm somewhere deep within, like water moving underground after rain has stopped falling, slow enough to feel only when you stop listening. And if your thoughts drift toward the word now, as though it were important or final, let go of the idea altogether. There is no now worth holding on to, not because time doesn't exist, but because meaning isn't found in measurement. Your breath continues like a thread left behind by someone who walked on ahead and didn't look back, each outflow longer than before. Almost unnoticeable, yet still real, as if the air were learning how to disappear without being missed. And when you feel your thoughts begin to loosen, not from fatigue, but because they no longer have anything to cling to, let them fall like leaves in a forest where nothing is waiting for spring, soft landing on earth already covered with others. And even as time stretches beyond what could be measured, the kind of silence that has never been broken by sound or urgency, you are not escaping it, nor entering it, just being held within its shape, like dust suspended in air long after stillness begins. And if your body starts to feel less like an individual thing and more like a place where things settle without resistance, let the feeling be true, even if it's impossible to name. You are not becoming anything now. You aren't moving towards sleep or awakening, only being what was always possible beneath all striving. Your mind doesn't have to stop. It can wander, drift, return again and again to old echoes of regret, fear, longing. But they no longer carry weight, like stones dropped into a deep well where the sound never returns. And if you feel the weight beneath you not as pressure, but as a quiet acceptance, like the earth knowing it does not need to hold anything up, just be, let that settle into your hips, your lower back, the hollow where movement used to matter, no longer needing to brace against gravity, only allowing yourself to be held by what already is. And if you notice the edges of your awareness beginning to blur, not from fading, but from becoming less like a boundary and more like a soft rim around something that doesn't need to stay contained, let it grow wider without effort. No need to catch or keep anything, just letting the space around you become thicker than thought. And when memory stirs again, not as an event, nor even as a feeling, but simply as a shape in the dark that used to matter once and now doesn't, let it float through like smoke through open window glass. No one inside remembers why they lit the fire, only that the air still holds its trace. And if your body feels less like something you control, more like a place where things come to rest without permission or reason, accept it as truth, not because it's logical, but because it is felt in every nerve ending, in the quiet between breaths, in the softness behind your eyes, the kind of stillness that doesn't need to be earned. And even when a word like failure rises, not sharp, not loud, just faintly present, like an old name on a door long since weathered away, don't greet it, don't answer it. Let it hang in the air between where you are and where you might have been, and then let go of the need to know what that word meant at all. And if your skin begins to feel less like surface and more like a membrane through which something older moves, not light, not sound, but the slow pulse of stillness itself, as though time had slowed down enough to seep into pores, let it be real without explanation. And when you sense that even desire has softened, not vanished, not erased, but no longer urgent, like a candle burning in a room where no one waits for light, the flame still there, but unneeded, just being, not aiming anywhere, not asking to matter. And if your hands, so often clenched or reaching, simply lie now as though they've forgotten how to do anything except rest. Let their shape be enough, not because they are idle, but because they no longer need to prove they belong. And when the mind reaches for meaning again, for cause and effect, for reason why this moment holds weight, let it meet nothing. Only a vast quiet that does not reject questions, nor answer them, just lets them fall like stones into water where even ripples forget their source. And if your breath slows so much you can no longer hear its passage, not because it has stopped, but because the space around it is now full of silence in which sound cannot live, let that be part of the depth too, not an absence, but a presence shaped by what isn't said. And when you feel your thoughts begin to loosen from their old habit, the pull toward fixing, correcting, remembering with clarity, let them drift apart like threads unraveling slowly in still air. No one gathering them back, no need. Just letting each strand fade into the quiet where it began. And if a part of you wonders whether this is sleep or something else, not awakening, nor dreaming, but a kind of resting that doesn't belong to any known state, let that question dissolve too, without needing an answer, because the space between states has become its own home. And when your body begins to feel less like a boundary and more like a shape in which stillness gathers, not shaped by effort, but simply allowed, as though gravity itself had decided to stop pulling against you, only holding you gently, without demand. And if the air around you feels thicker than before, not heavy, but full like dust suspended not just above ground, but between thoughts, and in that thickness, nothing is required of you. No action, no memory, no care for what comes next, only being there as a kind of quiet presence. And if your heartbeat slows to the point where it's felt less as rhythm than as stillness with texture, like slow water moving beneath stone, not loud enough to hear, but deep enough to know is there, just under the surface of everything else. And when you notice that even time has stopped being a line and become more like a place, not forward or backward, but simply existing like air in an empty room where no clock ever ticked, no past, no future, only what is felt now not as moment but as atmosphere. And if your thoughts drift toward the idea of return to yourself, to clarity, to a version you once knew, let it come and go without greeting it. Because there's nothing to return to that isn't already here in this softness, in this absence of wanting. And when a memory surfaces not as story or image, but as feeling only, a warmth, a pressure behind the eyes, a weight in the chest that wasn't ever named. Let it pass like weather through forest canopy. No need to stop and name what passed. Just feel its shape for an instant before letting go again. And if you begin to sense that your body is not resisting sleep, nor seeking it, but simply resting in a way that has nothing to do with waking or falling, as though the boundary between them had dissolved into quiet, like mist over water where land and sky forget their names. And when the silence behind your eyes deepens again, not empty, not full, but there like a room that was never meant for anyone, yet is perfectly suited to stillness, let it be enough, because you are not trying to fill it with anything, nor escape from it, just resting in its shape. And if your limbs feel less like parts of a body and more like things that have found their true purpose, to lie heavy, warm, unclaimed by any need, not doing work, not proving strength or presence, only being where they are, as the earth holds roots without speaking. And when you sense that even effort has stopped, not from fatigue, but because there's nothing left to do, no task to complete, no self to protect, no past to correct, just a quiet unfolding in which everything is already settled. You don't need to reach for sleep. You are not falling toward it. You are simply being held by the kind of stillness that doesn't care whether you're awake or gone. It's been here all along, waiting only to be noticed. Not as an arrival, but as a return. Not as escape, but as home. And if your breath continues now not as effort, but as something natural and slow, like the last thread of a long journey that has no destination, let it be real without needing to be known. Just flowing out and dissolving, like air returning to sky after rain. And if you feel the weight in your arms not as burden, but as release, like sand settling into a hollow where it was always meant to stay, no need to explain why it's there, or how long it has been waiting. Just let it be what it is, a softness that needs nothing from you now, a quiet proof of being held by gravity without resistance. And the fingers, those small points of awareness at the ends of your hands, let them uncurl not as surrender but as arrival, like roots unfurling in dark soil where no light ever came to ask permission. They don't need to grasp or hold or point toward anything. Only rest, open, warm, dissolving into the softness beneath your palms. And when you notice that even your spine has stopped trying to stay upright, no longer needing to carry the day's weight forward, it simply yields now not as collapse, but as completion. A slow letting down like a curtain drawn at dusk over something too tired to speak, each vertebra releasing in turn, not with force, but with quiet consent, one after another, sinking into the mattress with a kind of inevitability that feels older than memory. And if your lower back begins to soften, not as relaxation, but as recognition, like soil remembering how to receive rain without resistance, no longer guarding against pressure or ache, just letting it be there, not welcoming, not rejecting, simply allowing the shape of you to settle into the bed as though the bed had always known exactly where you belonged. And when your hips loosen, not from effort, but because they've been asked for nothing, no posture, no performance, no stance, their joints open like hinges that haven't turned in years yet still remember how to give way, not with strain or hesitation, but as if the body has finally accepted its own architecture, a quiet confirmation of structure without pride. And your thighs, not muscles fighting against gravity, but masses of warmth spreading downward into the bed itself, sinking like stones dropped slowly through deep water, not rising again, just becoming part of the stillness beneath you, each inch settling deeper than before, as though time had paused just long enough for flesh to relearn its own weight. And your calves, those steady pillars at the end of legs that once walked too much, too fast, let them go now, not because they're tired, but because there's nowhere left to go, no destination, no urgency, no reason to keep moving, just letting the flesh relax like cloth laid out on a shelf after being folded for years, softening into its true shape again. And your feet, not instruments of movement or balance, but quiet things that have been waiting for stillness. Let them rest flat against the bed, not as position, but as presence, arches lowering without effort, toes splaying softly like roots seeking soil. No need to curl or tense or prepare, just being where you are in the deep quiet between breaths. And if a sensation passes through your soles, not sharp, not cold, not hot, just a slow warmth spreading upward from nowhere, like steam rising from a stone that has been buried for seasons. Let it move without following, not tracking its path, just letting it settle into the flesh as though it had always belonged there. And when you notice your legs are no longer separate things, they're part of the bed now, not by touch, but by surrender, like water merging with more water, one body becoming two, then dissolving back into a single presence, heavy in all directions at once, not leaning on anything, just existing as an extension of stillness. And if your breath slows again, not because you've decided to slow it, but because the air no longer needs to be pulled or pushed, just flowing out like mist from a cave that never closes, nothing forced, nothing rushed. Only the natural release of what has been held too long. And when you sense that even your ribs aren't rising for breath anymore, not in effort, not in need, but simply opening as though the body had remembered how to give space to itself again, like a door left ajar after years of being shut tight, letting air pass through not because it's required, but because there's no reason to keep it out. And your chest, no longer working, no longer fighting, it just settles. Not down, not up, but there, as though the shape of you had always known where to stop, like a mountain that has ceased its growth. Not dead, not still, but resting in the fullness of being exactly what it is. And if your mind begins to feel less like a place with thoughts than like an empty room after everyone has left, no echo, no sound, no shadow moving across the floor, just silence that isn't waiting for anything, just being silence. Not in absence, but in completion. And when you notice that even your pulse is quiet, not gone, not weak, but steady like a heartbeat beneath soil where nothing grows, yet everything lives, not fast, not slow, just present as part of the quiet world under the skin. And if thoughts come now not as interruptions, but as small birds passing through a sky you no longer need to watch, flying by with wings that